Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all please take your seats, please? I'd like to welcome you to today's full council meeting. And I'm just going to ask John to read out the summons of notice for the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the council, which will be a hybrid meeting conducted remotely via WebEx and physically in the council chamber. Today, 31st of January at 2 o'clock. Alderman Cook, Alderman Guy, Alderman Hussey,
Online.
Alderman Kerrigan, Alderman McMorris,
Here, John.
Alderman Middleton,
Here.
Alderman Montgomery,
Here.
Alderman Wilkinson, Councillor Jason Barr,
Here, John.
Councillor Lillian Barr, Councillor Raymond Barr,
Here, John.
Councillor Boggs, Councillor Boyle,
Apologies, John. Here. Here, John.
Councillor Cusick,
Here.
Councillor Deeney, Councillor Devine, Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Alex Duffy,
On shot.
Councillor Sandra Duffy,
Sure.
Councillor Farrell,
Here.
Councillor Fleming,
On shot.
Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Harkin, Councillor Hart,
On shot.
Councillor Heaney,
On shot.
Councillor Hutton,
Sure.
Councillor Jackson,
On shot.
Councillor Leonard,
On shot.
Councillor Logue,
Sure.
Councillor McDaid, Councillor McGinley,
And Shaw online, John.
Councillor McGowan, Councillor McHugh, Councillor Rooney,
Here.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor Norris,
Here.
Councillor Farrell,
On shot.
Councillor Riley, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Neelis.
And Shaw, Elena.
Thank you.
McKee's online.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Thank you.
I'm just going to read out the broadcasting statement now. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting and the Kiltaw or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council's privacy notice may be found on the Council's website, www.derrystrabane.com. I'm just going to move on to chairperson's business now. I've had a number of requests for members that want to raise an item. But before I do that, I just want to welcome Alderman Janice Montgomery into the chamber. You're very welcome, Janice, and also to wish Alderman Ryan McCready well in his new post. Just for myself, I'll just go through my own chairperson's business first. And the first one, I suppose it's a long way, it seems like a long way off now, but the Christmas celebrations, I just want to thank all the council officers who were involved in any way to make those celebrations and festivals a success. So thank you for that. The second item, I've had a request from Positive Life, who are looking to have zero new HIV diagnosis by the year 2030, and they are looking for me to sign a pledge, a fast track cities pledge ahead of their sexual health week on the 12th of February. Now, I'm minded to do that in principle. I'm aware that an item is going to be coming onto council at the Health and Communities meeting next. So I just take it I would have agreement on that in principle. Yep. Okay. And this third and final item would be very, very concerned that the UN officials have warned that the withdrawal of the funding aid by the countries to the Gaza aid is going to be withdrawn. And, you know, that would lead to the collapse of the humanitarian aid going into Gaza, and it's needed there much more than ever now, and I would be really, really concerned. I think there's 7 or 8 countries now who have said they are going to withdraw the funding, and I, as mayor of the city, am going to be writing to the head of each government, advising them of, I suppose, my real concern regarding that. So I take it everybody would be in agreement with that. Yep. Okay. So in order of that I received the request to speak, and I'm going to go first to Alderman Julie Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you want me to speak on both or one break and another? So go on both. Thank you very much. Okay. The first thing I'd like to speak about is the storm response from local agencies. So I'd just like to put my thanks on record and the thanks of our party to all those who worked tirelessly through the storms we were hit with last week. The workers from NIE, NI Water, DFI, Rivers Agency, and indeed our own council workers were out during the worst of conditions, some of them overnight, putting others before themselves. We can't thank you enough. And I'd also like to put on record my personal thanks to our own council officer, Anne Gallagher, who took quite a late out of office call from me, and she literally went out of her way to help the people of Brady and Macromason who were hit with flooding, some of which was going into their homes. I just think we should all be very thankful. We're blessed with so many amazing workers. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing I want to speak about is heart health. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak on this as well. So many of you will know that my main motivation for entering into the political arena was my daddy's untimely death in 2021, when I realised that life is just so short. My daddy was seemingly very fit and very healthy and died of a massive coronary episode. Completely out of the blue, he couldn't be saved. Paramedics worked on him for 45 minutes. We didn't see it coming, and it was a very, very, very difficult journey, and continues to be, getting used to life without him. I'm really sad to say that I'm sure there's so many of us in here who have faced either the same story or a similar story, and who has suffered the tremendous loss that comes with heart health loss. February marks Heart Health Month, and I'm asking you all, my fellow members, to join me for the month in sharing heart health messages on your social media and in your daily conversations with people. Your message could reach just the right person, and if you were to save just one life, I think that would be absolutely amazing. If you don't have anybody in mind that motivates you to have this conversation or share a post on your social media, please do it for Cyril Davis, who was my daddy and a friend to all. And he would have been turning 60 next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Mayor, can I just ask that maybe the council put some kind of heart messages on their social media as well as maybe members? All right, thank you.
I think that might be a good idea, and then we could all share that. Okay, so I'm going to go on now to Alderman Darren Guy, who wants to raise an issue regarding child's rights training, UNICEF child rights training. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. As Chair of the Member Development, first of all, I'd just like to thank all members who gave their input to help out with the Charter Plus review assessment. The assessor will forward formal feedback in due course, but she did comment that she was extremely impressed by everybody's contribution. So thank you all, and thanks Sharon and Karen as well for all the work they do behind the scenes. because they make our jobs easy, so they do. On that there as well, and the member development, Claire Lynch, is obviously with participation of the introduction to child rights training. Claire briefed members on UNICEF requirements being accredited as a child-friendly city, with a focus of the requirement to have 70% of all members to fully participate in the training programme. To date, only 3 members have completed the training. It was over 2 sessions. Claire is going to do a tailored one-off 2-hour session for all members, including the 5 that didn't get the second part of the other training done. And it is imperative that we reach a 70% of member participation to assist in being accredited as a child-friendly city and to achieve our goal as gold standard for the Charter Plus assessment next year. So with that, Mayor, just like to pass that on and all members if they would take heed of that. And obviously there'll be a one-off, but a tailored one-off, but I would say probably 2 dates given to accommodate all members. So thank you. What I should say about the other bit too, or just about Janice coming in, and is that all right? So obviously I'd like to as well just say about Ryan McCready stepping down, to thank Ryan for the work he done for the party and on council, and wish him all the best as chair of the Port and Harbour Commission. And I'd welcome Janice as our new Ulster Unionist representative for the Faughan DEA. I have no doubt that Janice will be a great asset to not just the party, but to the area and the people of the Faughan and the city and district as well. I have a list of changes. Do you want me to go through them now? The committees or? Yeah. So committee changes, Janice will join Health and Communities Committee. I myself will join Business and Culture and Insurance, Audit and Risk. I'll go ahead. External bodies, Janice will replace Ryan McCready on Board of Visit Derry. CODA, Board of Directors, Letter Shindona Community Centre, Faughan Local Growth Partnership and Reserve Forces and Cadets Association. Alderman Hussey will take over the International Appalachian Trail. Internal bodies, Janice will take on Recycling Working Group Appeals Panel, Language Working Group, Austin's Task Force, Council-owned Community Managed Centres, Pilot Row Members Group. And myself will go to Culture Steering Group and City Deal Working Group. Thank you, Mayor. I'll pass that on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm just going to bring in Alderman Morris now, who wants to speak to your proposal.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. First of all, just on behalf of the DUP party, we'd like to also welcome Janice into the chamber. I've got to, I don't know Janice really, really well, but I've got to know her over the last year or so. And like she's a great, I suppose, a community activist out there. And she does sterling work. And I think she'd be a great asset to not only the Ulster Unionist Party, but also this chamber and the people within the Faughan area. So we'd just like to wish her well in her tenure within council. And it's great to see another woman. You know, I mean, we're slowly but surely creeping up on the balance, and that's great to see. So welcome, Janice. And also I'd just like to make a wee comment in regards to Alderman Guy's chairman business about the training for the UNICEF Child's Rights. As one of the participants that actually completed the training, I have to say the training was really, interactive, and it was really eye-opening. And, you know, I really do believe that all of the councillors in this chamber would benefit from how we can put child-focused rights within the decision-making of this chamber. So I would just encourage everybody to take the opportunity to do the bespoke training. Claire has been just a real gem in regards to the UNICEF championship of it. And I just want everybody to really try and make an effort to complete that training. It's really worthwhile. Thank you.
Alex, Sean, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just on behalf of the Sinn Féin team and fund, we'd like to wish Janice a warm welcome to the Chamber. We look forward to working alongside you and we wish you well in your new role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And like others, just on behalf of the SDLP group, they wish Janice well on her new role. And we certainly look forward to working with her over her time on this council. And I suppose to wish outgoing Councillor Alderman McCready the best in his new role as well. Mayor, on the back of Alderman Guy's changes to committees, can I make a few changes myself as well? And I would like to remove Councillor McDade from the Planning Committee and replace her with Councillor Lillian Senoy Barr, and remove Councillor Lillian Senoy Barr from the Business and Culture Committee and replace her with Councillor Catherine McDade. Thank you.
Moving on now to Councillor Gary Donnelly.
Good Chair, and I'd like to welcome Alderman Montgomery. Gave me the fáilte, Janice. Chair, I contacted you during the week, and it's just regarding Councillor Harkin's motion. And in a nutshell, what I'm looking at is, given the gravity of that particular motion and the importance of it, I was just asking, if you could use your discretion and allow an extra 2 minutes to cover some of the points. And obviously this would apply to any other councillor or alderman who required it. So it's really straightforward. I'm just asking for just a small piece of time extra. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly, I have considered that, and given that it would take a change to the standing orders to ratify that, to get an extra 2 minutes at this time, I just don't want to create a precedent going forward, but because of the gravity of the situation and the content of the motions, I am going to be lenient. I'm going to ask everybody to try and keep within the time, but I am going to be lenient with those who want to speak on it, if that's okay with you.
Good Chair, yeah, I think that's the thing.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Good Mayor. I just want to offer my congratulations to Conor Bradley, who made his full-time Premier League debut for Liverpool just over a week ago on the 21st of January. Conor is from the village of Kiln. He has very close links with Ahern. He plays for St Davog's. He played for St Davog's youth teams, and also with Castlederg. He played for St Pat's Soccer Club at youth level. Conor is a year older than my own son, so both of them played in the same Gaelic and soccer teams right up through the youth groups, and I've been standing on the sideline for many a year watching him play. I'm no football scout by any means, but it was very obvious even from that young age that he was very talented. He is also enthusiastic. He's hardworking. You rarely would have seen Conor without a football. He never stopped running when he was on the pitch, and he never gave up to the final whistle. And I think that talent and those qualities have led him to where he is today at such a young age. He's only 20 years of age. I know he has a long way to go, but I think he has a lot of potential, and hopefully he will have a really bright future ahead of him. I think he is a great role model for our young people, a real life example from our own area where dreams do come true. He was a very avid Liverpool supporter as a child, and here he is now playing for them. So I think that's great for our young people. I also would like to pay tribute to his family, his mum and dad and his sister, and the support and the encouragement that they have given him. And they've also kept him really level-headed and kept his feet on the ground. And I was in contact with his mum just recently, and she's even still doing that. So well done to Conor, and I'm sure we'd all wish him all the best in his football career. And we look forward to seeing what the future holds for him. And I suppose that's particularly true from the Liverpool supporters that are amongst us.
Thank you, Caroline. And I'm sure we card goes off wishing Conor all the best. Okay, so I'm going to go to Councillor Sean Harkin now.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to come in on this. I mean, I think people will have seen the news this week that Seagate workers overwhelmingly voted for trade union recognition. And I think that this is a very, very positive development for Seagate workers, for workers in dairy, for workers here across our district, and for workers right across Ireland and even further afield in the United States as well. And I think it is a very welcome and positive thing for our council, because our council is a council that stands for the right of every worker in our district to be in a trade union. We have called for all employers to not stand in the way of their workers having trade union recognition. And we have backed the Seagate workers. And as people may know, this campaign for trade union recognition didn't start a year ago. It didn't start 2 years ago. It is going more than 20 years. And there's been a lot of pushback for workers in the plant and for trade union organisers over many, many, many years. And finally now, an overwhelming majority of workers voted to be represented by Unite, the trade union. I think that we should, as a council, write to Unite the union to congratulate Seagate workers on this result. They've had a very difficult time over the last number of years. There's been obviously layoffs at the plant. There was redundancies, voluntary, but there's also been, because of the workers' desire to have a trade union, it wasn't greeted positively by the company. And I think that the company had a very confrontational campaign that they escalated over the recent months to try and do everything they could to block the workers in Seagate from having a trade union. Despite all that, workers have voted for a union. And I think that our council has played a role, because in the past, I believe that there wasn't political support for workers at Seagate and in other major employers for trade union recognition. But I think it was clear to every Seagate worker that this council was fully behind them, and it wasn't neutral, and it was taking a stand, and that message was sent out loud and clear. Now, the workers have decided that they want a union. And I think now we should also write to Seagate management, asking them to accept the vote and also to agree to voluntary trade union recognition. They have a month now to decide whether or not they will do that. I think for them, it is the right thing to do. They should end their campaign opposing the workers' demand for trade union recognition. If they don't accept that, the industrial court will impose it on them. And I think if they want good relations with workers, which is what workers want, and it's what Unite wants, they should accept the results of this vote. Look, I think that I have great gratitude for Seagate workers. People at Seagate sacrificed a tremendous amount. Going over many, many years, workers suffered because they actually campaigned to bring the union in. They suffered because they faced a management at times that made their lives difficult. It's one of the reasons why quite a few workers took the offer up of voluntary redundancy. With a union there now, I'm hopeful that the terms and conditions for workers and their treatment will improve. And that's why I think we should send that message to the company that they should accept the outcome. But I just want to send my solidarity and gratitude to all the Seagate workers who've led this organising drive over many years, and all the workers, that hopefully now will have better representation. Thank you, Mayor. And I want to propose that we write those letters
Right.
to Unite the Union.
A seconder.
Yep.
Is there any dissent from that proposal? No? Okay. Do you want to come in, Christopher?
No, it was just coming on it was more than content to second the proposal. It's been a major breakthrough in a major employer within our city and district. And Councillor Harkins outlined, this is in the back of a long campaign for trade union recognition. And it's a campaign that's been backed by this council and it's received political support for quite some time. But The reality is the workers have organised, the workers have had the confidence in that collective and the strength of that collective voice. And now we've seen the outworkings of that. And hopefully that sends a message to workforces right across the city and district that their voices are stronger together. By organising, having that collective voice, there's real strength in numbers, and fully endorse the comments that's been highlighted by Councillor Harkin. Seagate, as an employer, need to recognise the voice of the workers. They need to recognise the result of this ballot, and finally, after many years of campaigning, open the door and embrace the strengths the trade union recognition brings to everybody involved in the workplace. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. And I suppose just to join with the previous two speakers and show our support. And I suppose congratulations to the workforce at Seagate for everything that they have overcome. And I suppose to lend our support as well to Councillor Harkin's proposals. We're happy to see them letters go. I think this is a huge achievement for workers across Derry and Strabane, not just for workers in Seagate, but for workers across Derry and Strabane and further afield, because it sends a message out that people shouldn't be afraid to speak up, that people can take on the employer, even without a union, to demand a union in there, and it can be successful. I think the campaign that went on at Seagate could be and probably should be rolled out in many other employers and many other companies across this district where people are seeking trade union representation and all the benefits that we know that comes with that. I think it's also important that we send a message to Seagate now that they have finally been dragged to this position, not to be dragged any further, and open the door, let the union in and see what the union can offer and how they can negotiate on behalf of the employees, because that's what they're there to do. And I think it's quite clear for the length of time that this campaign has gone on that the trade union movement that are looking to get into Seagate are not going away, and it will be a whole lot easier. And people will remember we had a meeting across the way in Harbour House with representatives of Seagate, and we told them then it would be a lot easier if you would let them in and don't be dragged to this position. It's unfortunate that's where they have had to be, but they should now open the door, let them in and embrace the benefits that having a trade union within that company could bring. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly, but I just want to make people aware the online seems to be frozen here at the minute, so
We can still,
Just bring me on
I
the
can
minute.
still hear, Mayor. I'm online.
right.
It's just this one. That one's down as well. See up there on the screen, you can see Derek's on here.
Okay, I think it's just the one here has frozen, so give us a wee minute, please. Gary, if you want to go ahead.
Chair, no, just keep it short and sweet. Just the pay tribute to the Seagate workers, Unite the Union, for what they've achieved here. I've spoke to some of the people behind the campaign or involved in the campaign over the weekend, and it was quite obvious that, you know, that this yes vote would have meant an awful lot. They've pulled it off despite a lot of scaremongering and union busting tactics, and I think that, you know, this will complement complement Seagate, and I think it'll go from strength to strength. Actually, you know, and as somebody has said, that it will also give our workforces a boost, a confidence boost. They say that if it can happen here in Seagate, then, you know, they've done it. We can do it. So again, just pay tribute to all those involved. Thank you.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just to show the Ulster Unionist support too for the Seagate staff, and basically support for Councillor Harkin's proposal here. I know it's been a long drawn out battle. I was actually an employee in Seagate in Limavady whenever this was all going on, and that's over 30 years ago. So they know that they're finally knocking on the door, and hopefully they'll get it over the line. but fully support them and wish them all the best. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just echo that support to all the workers. I also was at that meeting in Harbour House, and, you know, it is a great achievement that they have actually had success in getting the unions within their ranks. But just want to pass on our congratulations and support for the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harkin, those 2 letters will be sent. Okay. I've just got a message here from Alderman Hussey. Apparently, he sent me a request regarding Mayor's business. I've either forgot about it or I didn't receive it. But Derek, if you want to come in now, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I go to my own particular item, can I, like others, apologise, welcome Alderman Montgomery, and apologise to Janice for my non-appearance at council in person. I wish her all the best, and indeed former Alderman McCready well in his new role. An issue came to my attention last week, Mayor, and that was that Fibrous were now announcing job losses. Now, at the same time, in my area, I don't know about other areas, I'm getting more and more reports of people who aren't able to get on to the Fibrous system. Now, this is people who perhaps have Fibrous in the house next door to them, and they're being told by Fibrous, sorry, no, you're not eligible. And this eligibility comes through permission or notification from the department. I think we need some clarity on this, because members will remember that Fibrous were in council making a presentation, all singing, all dancing, what they were going to achieve throughout our area. They were going to go up every wee road, not every road, but majority of roads, and connect houses left, right and centre. But there are people being left out, and at the same time we're also being told that they're cutting jobs. I would request that council would invite Fibrous and a representative from the department who is responsible for the Stratum project, invite them in and let them explain to us what exactly is going on, because the current situation is not good enough. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing me in. I totally agree with Alderman Hussey. We have the same issue out with us, out in the rural area. Fibrous has put up poles with cables going up like the Edenray Road, and only one house in the whole Edenray Road has Fibrous and can only get it in. And when all our houses come in, they ask for it, they can't get it in, and then they're told that they can come in under self-build. It might cost 6,500. They put broadband under their house. So it's ridiculous, So I think we really, I wasn't here for the presentation of Project Stratum, but I do think we need to address it more from the council. Thank you, Mayor.
Are you seconding that, Councillor Norris? Yes. Okay, right, so we will certainly invite Fibrous to the relevant committee. Okay, thank you.
And a representative from the department, Mayor.
And a representative, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to move, that completes chairperson's business, so I'm just going to move.
Sorry, Mayor. I had actually sent you a request for chairperson business, and you actually accepted it.
All right, go ahead.
Don't worry, I have the same problem. Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. Basically, I just wanted to put it in record. Not only our appreciation, but the congratulations in regards to His Majesty's New Year's honours for the recipients that received it within the Londonderry Strabane area. I've listed down the recipients within our area, so I'd just like to kind of name them all, and basically And I would ask that maybe if council could write to all of the recipients and congratulate them on behalf of council. I'd appreciate that. So I'm happy to propose that if somebody wants to second it. But I'll just read out the recipients. We have Mr. Neil Gookin, which is, he is the Chief Executive of the Western Trust. Many of us know Neil and we know the sterling work that he done. So he received his OBE for services to health and social care and to the community in Northern Ireland. We also had Mr. Michael Allen, who is the principal within this Neil school. Many of us on the other side knows Michael Allen very well and personally, and just the achievements that he's made within Lisnagavin School, Lisneil School, it has been astronomical, and you know, the school's an absolute credit, and it's all on the back of his achievements. Then we have, sorry for the pronunciation of this, but Dr. Manav Babsar, who also received an MBE, and he's the clinical lead for critical care, and he received his MBE for services to healthcare, particularly during COVID-19. We also have 4 recipients for the BEM, which was Robert Buchanan, who was the chair of the Londonderry branch of the Royal Naval Association for voluntary services to veterans. We had Mrs. Brona Hegarty. She's COVID-19 principal pharmacist for patient services and procurement and the Western Health and Social Care Trust, and she received it for her services to healthcare and pharmacy. We had Mr. Donald Hill, and he received it for services to the community in County Londonderry. And we have Mrs. Leslie Porter, who was a principal's personal assistant of Oak Grove Integrated College, and that was for services and recognition and reconciliation in Northern Ireland. So I'd just like to pass on my personal congratulations to all the recipients, but I'd also request that maybe council write out to them. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for that proposal? Alderman Gay.
I'll second that, and just like to say as well, Mayor, that they're all worthy recipients of those awards. They're all well deserved, and I would back it the letter two things. Second that.
Sir Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for listening. Mayor, I'd just like to abstain from it. Don't agree with such accolades, you know.
Councillor Donnelly.
No, but Chair, in the same vein as Councillor Gallagher, as a socialist and a Republican, I will not be supporting it. So again, I'm going to be abstaining. Thank you.
I'm going to have to take this to the vote then. So it's a proposal that a letter be sent to all the recipients of the King's New Year's Honours Awards, be sent and congratulations. So, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Cook.
4.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
Aye.
Alderman McMorris. Alderman Middleton. Alderman Montgomery. Alderman Wilkinson. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Lillian Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Cusick. Councillor Deany.
Abstain.
Councillor Devine.
Abstain.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Alex Duffy.
Abstain.
Councillor Sandra Duffy. Councillor Farrell.
Or
Councillor Fleming.
Abstain.
Councillor Gallagher.
abstain.
Councillor Harkin. Councillor Hart.
Abstain.
Councillor Heaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Hutton.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor Leonard.
Abstain.
Councillor Logue.
Abstain.
Councillor McDade. Councillor McGinley.
Abstain.
Councillor McHugh.
Abstain.
Councillor Mooney. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Norris. Councillor O'Farrell.
Abstain.
Councillor Riley. Councillor Tierney. And Councillor Nealis.
Abstain.
Thank you, members.
John, I think Keith has put a vote on the screen there, just in case it was missed.
Sorry, who did?
Yeah.
Is that 4? I can't see it, sorry.
Or John, yes.
18. Mayor, I've recorded 18 for, no one against, 20 abstentions. So the motion, the proposal passes.
Okay. Did you say that again, Jen?
18 for,
Right,
no one against, and 20 abstentions.
right. Okay. Okay. That passes, Alderman Morris. Okay, thank you. So if I haven't left anybody else out now, no, apologies for that. Okay. Right, we'll move on now to item number 6. Somebody calls.
Apologies, but I do feel it would be remiss of us to move off chairperson's business without recognising the political events that have taken place over recent days and acknowledging that the DUP have moved and they have decided they work with others to restore an executive. I think we went far too long without devolved institutions functioning. And I just want to take this opportunity to welcome that decision. And hopefully, as we move forward now, that we can start working together to address the many challenges that citizens of the city and district much further afield have been facing due to a lack of government. So I just apologies that I hadn't get it on beforehand, but I think it would be remiss if it wasn't acknowledged the significant decision that had been taken only a few days ago. Thanks, Mayor.
Just before I bring the 2 councillors on there, I just want to say, not only have I forgot other people's chairperson's business, I forgot my own too. So, hadn't it written down, you see? So I actually meant to mention that too. So I don't know who had their hands up first here, but we'll go with Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think that a lot of people will be eager to see the return of a government here. I think that the last 2 years have been a disaster for the vast majority of people, with rising levels of poverty, with workers not getting basic pay awards, with our health service, our transport system, our schools all under massive pressure, on the verge of being decimated in some ways. And I think, look, it's disgraceful that we don't have a government. And I think whether the government is good, bad, or other, people have a right to expect that they have a government. And so, anger has built up here for 2 years at the failure of government. And what it's meant is that we've had a Tory Secretary of State who has just put through cut after cut after cut, really making people's lives a misery. And those proposals now go further, where he wants water charges, he wants prescription charges, he wants tuition hikes. So from our point of view, if there is going to be a restored executive, it has to be on the basis that they are going to reverse Tory cuts, that they are going to block these regressive revenue-raising measures that the Tories want to introduce, and that we can't go back to the way Stormont has been acting over the last 5, 10, 20 years of pushing through public sector cuts for workers, pushing through massive cuts for our public sector institutions, voting down trade union rights in the Assembly, failing to implement an anti-poverty strategy, etc., etc., etc. So there's a lot of expectations on a return Stormont. Unfortunately, the Stormont, when it has functioned, has never delivered for the vast majority of people here, and many people believe that it won't continue to do that. If anybody needs thanks, it's the public sector workers who actually had a general strike. And I think that general strike was the tipping point for the DUP to go back into government. and also from the point of putting pressure on the Secretary of State. This has been the strike that we had here on January 18th last week was one of the biggest strikes in the history of the North. A massive united strike. We had a massive demonstration here in Derry. We had speaker after speaker, teachers, public health and social care workers, roads workers, education support workers, and many, many others sending the same message from the stage, which is that they're not going to accept pay disparity. They're not going to accept our public sector, our public services and our schools being run into the ground, and that they were prepared to escalate action. And indeed, some unions already announced actions the next day, the TransLink workers, that they were prepared to escalate their actions. That is why the DUP has made a decision to go back into government. And I think that if that's who we should thank our public sector workers for having the bravery and the courage and the determination to take a stand. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Gallagher and then Councillor Tierney.
No problem. I've been called worse. Just about.
She just knows that there's something in that.
Chair, I think the fact that members in here actually forgot to say something about Stormont, there's an irony in that, because for the last number of years, people in here have been blaming Stormont, or the absence of Stormont, for every ill in society, and maybe there's a point to some of it. But, Chair, when Stormont was up and running, it wasn't the answer to the problems in this island, or this part of the island. Effectively, a number of years ago, or when Stormont, was up and running, there would have been many, many Republicans who would have seen it, would have been horrified at it. But I think now, speaking for myself, it's irrelevant for me if Stormount's up and running, because it's not going to work. For almost a century, it's lurched from crisis to crisis, and it just sort of reinforces that a two-state solution in Ireland doesn't work. And it's irrelevant who's in Stormont, Chair, because they can only, if you imagine it like a train track, you can only drive it from A to B. You can't veer off. You can only do it within the parameters of Westminster, and that direction is just it's the counter-democratic program that's been implemented in this country, and it's a neoliberal agenda. So I look forward to the sun coming out and no more illnesses and all our problems being sorted, because that was the impression that a lot of people in this chamber had been given over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I suppose, like some others, I welcome the decision taken by the DUP to enter back into the executive and to allow the institutions to get up and running. And in my opinion, the sooner they do, the better. But I don't think that this is something that should be celebrated, because in reality, the DUP should have taken that decision 2 years ago. MLAs should have been in the Assembly 2 years ago. The mandate that was received at the last Assembly election should have been respected, and it wasn't. So throwing all this great praise on the DUP is sickening for public sector workers. I have spoken to some over this last couple of days who are now looking at Stormont to say, when are we getting our money? That's the big question that people are asking. It's not about whether Jamie Bryson was right about everything that was going on in the DUP meeting the other night, or whether he was wrong. It's about how this is impacting on people's lives. That's what people are interested in. And the reality is that money was held back because we had no functioning assembly. This is nothing, if you create a problem, you shouldn't be celebrating the fact that you've realised that we've created this problem. We're now going to try and repair it. You just get on with doing it and repairing it. I'm not one of the people that Councillor Donnelly was talking about when he mentioned about Stormont being the answer to everybody's prayers. I don't think it is. I think it's a step in the right direction towards the answer to everybody's prayers. But the sooner that we have the public sector and the public services that people rightly need and deserve up and running properly, being governed properly, and making sure that they're funded properly, the sooner everybody will take, and particularly the public sector workers, there'll be a little bit of pressure taken off them, and they'll be able to get on with their lives and be able to carry on the way they should have been. But it's such a shame, in my opinion, that it has taken this long to get to this position. But I welcome the fact that we're there. And I suppose we'll have to wait and see how this rolls out. But the one thing that I think we should be doing, Mayor, is reminding people that this council have a number of key projects in the system with permanent secretaries in Belfast that we need answers to as a matter of urgency. That's what we need to be pushing for, not sitting here rubbing the back of Jeffrey Donaldson and people like that. It's going, right, we now know that by this time next week, we could have ministers in place. For 2 years or longer, we have been told that some of the answers to some of the questions that we have been asking can't be answered because there's no minister. There will be this time next week. I think we should get on with the job and get the answers to those questions because we need them pretty quickly, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and just before I bring on Alderman McMorris, I don't think anybody's actually out there celebrating, but we are welcoming the fact that the government is going to be up and running again. And I suppose from my own self, I do think the public sector workers will certainly be welcoming that fact, because although Councillor Donnelly says it doesn't make a difference, it's going to make a difference to those workers when they get their well-deserved pay rise. And I know all the ministers who will be going in will be lobbying the British government for more money to try and reinstate all those cuts that had to be made because of their lack of investment or their cut of the budget. A cake can only be cut so many ways, and what we're looking for is a bigger cake to make sure we can make this place as best as we can for everyone. So Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to put in record, I don't think Jeffrey Donaldson's looking for anybody to rub his back. You know, I don't think he's ever seeked or wanted anybody rubbing his back. Jeffrey basically has fought hard over the last 2 years in order to secure the changes that he has secured within the last few days. And I just want to remind everybody that the changes that he has secured will benefit everybody in Northern Ireland, not just unionists, not just one particular sector. They will benefit everybody within Northern Ireland. And just regarding the councillor's comments in regards to that they believe that, you know, Jeffrey Donaldson went back into government because of the fact that, you know, people were in strike. Jeffrey has been fighting for the changes for the last 2 years, you know, and I don't think that that was the principal reason why he went back in. I'm sure he was delighted to go back in because he has fought hard, as well as party colleagues, in order to secure the additional funding that was earmarked for Northern Ireland to give the pay increases. And, you know, and we welcome the fact that they're going back into government, and that money will be released. But I just want to put in record that that's not the defining reason why we're in the trajectory that we're in. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a point of clarification on what you had said there previously regarding Councillor Donnelly's comments. Workers are and were entitled to a pay rise. They were. None was dependent upon whether Stormont was up or not. So saying that workers will get their pay rise because Stormont's back up isn't correct. Workers were entitled, are entitled, and should be entitled. Not because they were put as a pawn by the British government. We shouldn't fall in behind that trap and saying, oh, now look, it's great. Stormont's back up again. Look what we're doing for workers. Workers should never be put in that position in the very first place. So I think they need a clarification in mind.
Well, just for clarification for you too, Councillor Gallagher, the workers were not going to get their pay rise until Stormont was up and running. Chris Eaton Harris was not going to hand over that money. So what I said was that they will benefit from the Stormont up and running again, and that is fact. Thank you. Now I am going to continue on to item number 6, and that is confirmation of the open minutes of the meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council on Wednesday, the 13th of December, 2023. Can I have a proposer and seconder, please? Oh, sorry, Councillor McGinley, is that under this meeting of the 13th of December? If you want to come in.
I think so, Mayor. It was the full council meeting from December. Aye.
Yeah.
So it's just C508/23. I was just looking to see if there was any update on the request for the meeting with Derry City Football Club and the RNIB in relation to the accessibility. I know that the plan on that was all passed for the stand, and part of the conversation was to have that meeting prior to any work starting at the stand at the Brandywell. So I was just looking to see if there was any update from council officers on that item, Mayor. Thank you.
Just hearing from Karen McPhillips here that Barry O'Hagan, he is on that matter, so hopefully he'll be able to. Are you online? Barry, can you come in on that?
Yeah, Mayor, I am. Councillor McGinley, just for information, meetings did take place with Derry City officials regarding accessibility and that, and there are further meetings planned. We have a number of requests around this particular issue, so there'll be a report brought back in through Health and Community around that, members.
That's great. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, Sandra.
Mayor, thank you for allowing me in, and it's just item 530/23, and it's just in relation to the BDS resolution that was passed. The council had agreed that we would use our social media platforms to highlight our support for the BDS campaign and share information to the general public regarding organisations who were complicit in human rights violations, and these were to be shared weekly until the end of the onslaught of Gaza. I understand that we were going into the Christmas period. I understand that there would have been a call-in period, but as yet I haven't seen any information shared in our social media. So I'm just looking for an update on that item.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. I don't know if Adele's on, but certainly there was a weekly message sent out on social media advising of council support of the BDS campaign and signposting people who saw the message to the BDS website. I don't know if Adele can clarify that, but my understanding is that did go out on a weekly basis. Any further discussion around that, I think, is going to be taken into the BDS working group.
There's a date for the provision for Wednesday next week.
Yeah, maybe you've heard that. There's a date set for Wednesday next week for that working group, but I can see Adele there, Mayor, if she wants to come in just to reinforce that or otherwise.
Yes, members, John, you're correct, exactly. We have a weekly post since Christmas that goes on both Twitter and Facebook, and as John says, it's a general to notify the public of what the motion was and signposting people to the BDS website for further information.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Duffy, for raising this. I had a similar concern because we talked about this being a very practical step that we could take as a council to kind of, allow people to participate and show the council support. Now, I do welcome the fact that yesterday there was a post put up on the Facebook page. I just checked it because I hadn't seen anything. But there was one put up yesterday basically saying that we support BDS. So that's a good first step. but I think that we want to make sure that the motions that we pass in council are properly followed through on. Now, if council officers or anyone needing to follow up about, well, what should we be posting, I think we made it clear that there's a number of us who are in the working group that would have been happy to kind of advise along that as well. But that's a good first step to see that post, basically directing people to the BDS campaign going up. So thank you for that.
Okay, members, and I just want to make you aware that I have taken my own initiative and taken all items out of the Mayor's Parlour that would benefit companies regarding the BDS motion. So just to make members aware of that. Okay, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 matters arising. Page 17, C512 bar 23, reference the protest which is under police investigation. It was said that it would not be appropriate to bring a report back at this stage, given the investigation. When the investigation is concluded, is it the intention that a report will be brought to council? Thank you.
Well, through you, Mayor, we haven't heard anything further from PSI with regard to the matter. We can, of course, contact PSI with regard to that. And I suppose, depending on the status of that, we'll take a view on it at that point, members.
Appreciated, Mayor. My next items are on page 20. They're consecutive. C523 bar 23, C524 23. Very briefly, is there anticipation of when a report can be brought with regard to the ecclesiastical walkway that is mentioned in that particular item from Archstraw to Loch Derg? I do know, for example, that our own an officer of our own has indeed checked that out. I do know that there has been investigation on the Donegal side of the border via Deirdre Hart, who's moving posts actually. So I would hope that the report that can be brought forward fairly quickly, because the background information is there as we sit at this moment in time. The second point's a very quick one. Has any councillor received a list of the areas that will be supplied with, still to be supplied with brown bins? Because I certainly haven't yet. Thank you, Mayor.
So
I'm going to bring Karen in, but an email has just come in the councillors' inboxes as you speak. So, but I'll let regarding that last item. So I'm going to bring Karen in here now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Chair, through you, we have sent out that email there this afternoon in relation to the list of areas that don't yet have brown bins, and as members know that they are currently considering that as part of the rates estimates process. In terms of the ecclesiastical trail, senior officers have discussed that recently amongst both environment and regeneration and business and culture, and certainly we hope to bring a report in very soon in relation to an update on that. Thank you, Chair.
Very much appreciated, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It's just in regard to Alderman Hussey's request for information about the investigation into the protest here held by members of the public about the council's failure to implement the BDS campaign as we have agreed for I think it's now 9 years. So I think that we can understand that there's a high level of public frustration given the onslaught and the genocide in Gaza. But look, I know that the police have been on record and publicly have been in here saying that they have no resources, and so I just want to make sure that we're not wasting council's time, or sorry, further resources. But because it's not even clear to me what is being investigated. I mean, so can we get clarification on what is being investigated? Because you know, that's not clear to anyone. And I think there shouldn't be an investigation because nothing criminal happened. And it was a legitimate action on behalf of the public in our district area.
Well, Councillor, if there may have been complaints put to the PSNI, which they're duty bound to investigate. I don't know if there has or there hasn't, but if John wants to come and clarify further, but
Not really, Mayor. I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that the way it sounded, but I think we'll contact the PSNI to ask them for a status update on what they may or may not be doing. We're not aware of the terms of reference of any investigation or the status of it at this point, but we can contact them to find out what the situation is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor.
I mean, thank you for that, Mayor, and thank you, John. I mean, look, I don't think anybody should be under investigation because I don't think an investigation is warranted. I think people made their disagreements clear and that those were registered. But I don't think that there's any need for an investigation. So I think it should be on the basis that, like, there shouldn't really be any, people shouldn't feel like they're under scrutiny in this chamber or members of the public who participated in what was a peaceful act.
Can I just quickly say that is the councillor's opinion and he's entitled to that, but my opinion would be different. And I believe that there was things that the police need to investigate regarding that day, especially how people had access into not only this building, but into this chamber, and the fact that there were masks. So I think that there's a lot of questions to be asked and a lot of answers to be given. And I look forward to what the police will bring forward. But on the back of that, I also look forward to what this council brings forward in regards to what happened on that day and how it happened and transpired. So I appreciate his comments, but I just want to put on record mine.
No bother, Alderman. Councillor Donnelly.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, look, there's no corporate position of this council as a council that something should be investigated. If there's individuals in here that believe that something was done that was wrong to them, then they're entitled to go and make a complaint. Then it's a matter between them and the PSNI. But as far as I'm concerned, council corporate, there's no complaint from this council as a body to what happened. Like Councillor Harkin, I didn't see any wrongdoing. I want to commend the protesters. And if some young people there had their face covered, it's not illegal. You see it all the time. It mightn't be appropriate for some people, but it's certainly not illegal. So I think we shouldn't get bogged down. If somebody has an issue and they think they were wronged, they have a line that they can go down, but it's not this council's responsibility. That's my understanding. Now, if there's something, if that's not correct, then council officers should tell us. But that would be my understanding. Thank you.
Philip, would you like to come in there? And don't be saying, I know.
To quote the chief executive, in all seriousness, those matters are a matter for the police to consider. In line with that, they are not matters that I would be qualified to advise in relation to.
Alderman McMorris.
Sorry, just on that there, I appreciate it is not the corporate thing for the council to be given commentary on any police investigation, but I do believe that it was brought up in the chamber in regards to the council coming forward to yourselves in regards to the information of what happened, how it happened and whatever. And the advice we were given at that time is they wouldn't make commentary on the basis that there was a live police investigation. So I think what Councillor or Alderman Hussey was asking, and certainly myself was asking, that, you know, that once them is concluded, that we have some kind of response from council in regards to what happened that day. So we're not asking them to make commentary on the police investigation. What we're asking for is commentary on what happened that day, how it happened, and how we can stop that from happening again. Thank you.
Okay. Right, item number 8, confirmation of the open minutes of the special meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council held on Monday, the 18th of December, 2023. Can I have a proposer and seconder, please? You get that, Teresa? Any matters arising? No. We'll move on then to the confirmation of the open minutes of the special meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council held on Tuesday, the 19th of December 2023, pages 45 to 46. Proposer and seconder? Yep, thank you. Matters arising? No. Confirmation of the open minutes of the special meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council held on Tuesday, the 19th of December, 2023, pages 47 to 54. Proposer and seconder. Thank you. Matters arising? No. Confirmation of the open minutes of the special meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council held on Wednesday, the 24th of January, 2024. Proposer and seconder, please. Thank you. Matters arising? No. Adoption now of the open minutes of the following committees. The monthly governance and strategic planning committee held on Tuesday, the 9th of January, 2024, pages 55 to 74. Proposer, thank you.
Accuracy.
Right, I'm going to take accuracy first and then matters arising. Go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Page 72, the vote in regard to the ethical procurement policy. I've checked on that. There were 12 members of committee in attendance, but the vote there says 3 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. Is that correct?
Alderman, we're going to just have that checked, but what we're doing today is just endorsing the proposal, okay?
Well, I thought we were checking accuracy.
We'll check the accuracy.
We will check the accuracy, okay?
A subsequent question then. What is the
Go
quorum?
ahead.
What is the quorum for a committee?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there, Alderman.
My apology. What is the quorum for the committee?
A quarter.
Satisfactory then.
So that would be 4.
Okay, that's my accuracy point. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, did you want to come on again? No.
Not now, Mayor, just on the matters arising.
Right, before that, I just have, there was somebody indicated to me, Councillor Gallagher in matters raising, then I'll bring you in, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought you were going to call me Councillor Donnelly. It's item GSP 924, Scheme of Allowances. And it's around this committee and its current position not to approve the updated Scheme of Allowances. Mayor, I believe that this stance by this committee and by some of the parties in here, I think this position is creating an inequality. I think it's creating a disparity across other councils. Mayor, we are constantly, and particularly in the business community, we are constantly arguing around the lack of investment, particularly into this council area, into the west. And we particularly try and hold the feet of the Invest NI to the fire, and particularly around the median wage and the large disparity that is paid to workers in the east compared to the west. And I believe that the stance that some of the parties in here that are taking is falling behind that. It's falling behind disparity, and it's falling behind inequality. And we shouldn't be reinforcing that principle that's been driven down since the existence of the North on the West. And I don't think we should be doing it. Mayor, when I see some of the parties in here and they talk about savings and they talk about savings to the public purse, and then we take a cursory glance that if we take it above, we take it MLAs, and we take it and we look at 2022, 2023 expenditures and allowances by MLAs. Shane McLaughlin, 91,000. Militia McHugh, 71,000. Gary Milton, 78,000. Ciara Ferguson, £112,000. Patrick Delarkey, 45,000. Mark Durkin, 88,000. Daniel McCrossan, 96,000. That's the MLAs, allowances and expenses for 1 year in this district. When we look at the MPs in this council area, Orla Begley, 160,000 expenses and allowances. Tom Eastwood, 325,000. Parties in here want to make savings to the public purse. That's where they should be starting, not tinkering and looking to tell the public around saving £15 on Wi-Fi expenses or allowances. But the stance, and if this council continues to take a stance, then there's going to be a wide gap and disparity and inequality across councillors in the North. And that's what they're reinforcing. And Mayor, I would like to ask the solicitor, what is the legality of this decision? Should this position of inequality and disparity continue? Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. But just before I bring Christopher in, I just want to say those expenses from MLAs and MPs, I just want to make it clear that those is people's wages. You're talking about. It's about rent. It's not actually money going into the MLA's pockets. So if you want job cuts, well, if that's what you're saying.
Just for clarity, Mayor, there's like £1,400 for a table.
Right.
And there's travel expenses and there's other expenses.
Yes, I know that too, but the bulk of that money is for rent, for premises and for people's wages. Okay, I'm not saying there's other items on there, but just to make that clear too as well, to make any great impact, you could be looking for, you could be proposing job losses.
We'll not even go to the £10,000 just lying in people's accounts.
Councillor Jackson.
Oh, but Mayor, and I think you touched on the point that I wanted to come in and make. I suppose any public expenditure, it's only right and just that there's scrutiny and that and the proper measures are in place to ensure that it's being spent properly. But when we're talking about disparities between east and west, the way it's been framed here, the MLAs and the MPs that represent this part of the north have all been democratically elected. They've been, and I know Councillor Gallagher has involved himself in some of those elections. And as a result of receiving a mandate, they provide constituency services, they run offices, they deliver services for people who desperately need them in this part of the world. And no matter how much jumping up and down Councillor Gallagher does within this chamber, we will not deny the people that we represent a first-class constituency service. And we will ensure and fight tooth and nail that all resources, any resources available to deliver a constituency service for the people of the city and district is available for people. And if Councillor Gallagher wants to put up an argument, they say that we don't deserve that. I'm here all day to listen to them. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, I have Alderman Hussey online. Just in a minute, please. No, right, just in a minute, please. Have Councillor Hussey online wanting to come on and out in 2 items, but he also wants to talk about Councillor Gallagher's point. But before that, I'm going to bring in Councillor Tierney, then Councillor Hussey on Councillor Gallagher's point, and then I'm going to go over to get the legal opinion and bring in Councillor or Alderman Hussey again on his items. So, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm slightly shocked at the direction where this debate has gone. Councillor Gallagher, in my opinion, has obviously only read the headline of the report and hasn't read the comments that are attached to the speakers of that report whenever it was presented to the committee. And I suppose to be upfront, I'll declare an interest as a member of staff at Colum Eastwood's constituency office. I fully endorse the comments made by Councillor Jackson, and I will go further and invite Councillor Gallagher to spend one day in our office to see what he thinks of the level and the ability of the staff who work there and the level of work that they're dealing with on a day and daily basis. Because I can tell you, it is far, by far, more and more detailed than anything that I have ever seen before. And that invitation is open to Councillor Gallagher or any other member who wants to come and do that. The contents of the report, and Councillor Gallagher has talked about Invest NI, and I actually said to Councillor Boyle when he was doing it, I have no idea where he's going with this. I still have no idea how or where he was going or how he got there. However, the contents of the report wasn't about saving money. People didn't reject that paper to save money. Because, in fact, when you look at the figures that Councillor Gallagher's talked about, I agree with him. It's not a lot of money to save. It was around the principle of elected representatives voting to increase their own wages. That's why it was shot back. That's why it was shot back last year and the year before that as well. So it is clear to me that Councillor Gallagher wants to see if he can fire up all these figures and get a wee headline in the Strabane Chronicle and not actually read the contents of the report that was there. Now, I will say it again. I've said it for the last 3 years. I have no issue whatsoever with anybody who feels that they need or deserve a pay increase in this chamber. I genuinely don't. What I do feel uncomfortable with is us voting to give ourselves a pay rise. I think, and I've said it for 3 years, I think that there should be an independent body set up, for example, like IPSA do for MPs and like the Assembly Commission do for MLAs, to determine what the pay is, and that's it. Not elected representatives voting themselves. This was never about saving money. It was about making sure that we were not voting to give ourselves a pay raise. And I think Councillor Gallagher would do well to read the full content of the report and not just a headline. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Alderman Hussey now on your second item regarding Councillor Gallagher's comments.
Thank you, Mayor. As most know, I was in MLA for 9 years and operated 2 offices in my constituency with staff, etc. My brother followed me, and indeed, I know that he contributed from his personal funds to ensure that the office was properly staffed and up to date with everything that was needed in that office. So I'm not even going near MLAs, MPs. What is of concern here is the original motion that has come through from committee. And this morning, actually, I had a meeting. NAC executive met with the chair of the commission that is dealing with the whole issue of allowances, responsibilities, etc. For councillors. And this very subject come up. It may interest councillors in Derry City and Strabane to know that we are the only council in Northern Ireland that does not properly reimburse its members. Now, if my colleagues are telling me that my contribution as a councillor in my community is not worth as much as my neighbour in Omagh, as my neighbour in Mid Ulster, as my neighbour in Causeway Coast and Glens, okay, tell it to my face. Tell me I'm not worth as much, that I don't do as much work as they do. The whole issue around this lies with one word, and that is whereby the department detailed that the word maximum would go in before the recommended allowance. And that allowance, Councillor Turning, is arrived at by an independent assessor. It's not councillors recommending this. It's an independent assessor who is recommending it. And believe you me, from what I heard from the chair and other councillors of every single party in this chamber, with the exception of People Before Profit and the Independents. But what I heard from every councillor of the National Association of Councillors Executive was that they support the removal of that maximum word. In the meantime, I want to make a proposal, and I propose that we do not accept the proposal from committee, but that we do accept a proposal that council does approve the updated scheme and allows for the uplift to carers allowance. Thank you, Mayor, and I suppose you'll have to refer to legal advice on whether I can make that proposal or not. Thank you.
Right, I am going to take legal advice now because it was sought anyway from Councillor Gallagher. But in the meantime, can you just write up that proposal, please, and submit it? Thank you.
Thanks. I'll revert to Councillor Hussey whenever that has been written up, and I've had a chance to just look at the exact wording of it in relation to the question that Councillor Gallagher has asked. I'm aware from having discussed it very briefly with him before the meeting started. The question that he's asked is one that I'm not in a position to give a detailed legal response to here today, but I'm more than happy to meet with you, understand the concerns, and provide you with a more detailed response when I've had an opportunity to consider it at that time.
Okay. Councillor Fleming and then Councillor Harkin, and it's on the same issue. Yes, it's on the same issue. Go ahead. John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just a little bit confused by some of Councillor Gallagher's comments, especially around some of the views and stances of other parties in the chamber. I attended an NEC meeting on Zoom on the 24th of January. As far as I can recall, Councillor Gallagher was present for it. By the time of that meeting, the independent body had come back with their recommendation. And as far as my recollection is that the independent body did recommend that councillors in this city and district should receive pay rises in line with other councils across the north. And there wasn't a single councillor in that meeting that opposed or rejected that recommendation. And councillors from every party there made clear their support for the recommendation. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding what the councillor's referring to, but that's my recollection of that meeting.
Mayor, just for clarity, I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay. Sorry, councillor McMorris, or Alderman McMorris, I've overlooked you there. Go ahead.
Sorry, it was just to say, just a declaration of interest as well. Myself and Chelsea work in Gary Middleton's office. And I'd just like to say in regards to the comments that Councillor Gallagher has said today, he mentioned about disparity, and whilst I agree that, you know, we have the potential to have disparity in regards to other councils, I have to say that the fact that he's actually singling out expenses of MLAs and MPs within our district, the fact that he's calling that out and has the connotations that they shouldn't be, for some reason, claiming them expenses, the very nature of that comment actually basically creates disparity as well, because he didn't mention that all MPs should not be claiming expenses. He just singled out an element of MPs and MLAs. So the very nature of him saying that, he's creating disparity as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think that Councillor Gallagher has raised a number of important issues, and I think that this has been a discussion that has been ongoing in the council now for the last couple of years. From my point of view and from People Before Profits' point of view, it is when we are in a cost of living crisis and workers are standing in picket lines, losing money to fight for basic pay raises, and you know, that for us to be voting ourselves an increase is just not acceptable. So I see this as an act of solidarity with workers. And look, there is a perception that politicians are at the trough, right? And I'm not saying that people don't work very hard and that their constituency workers work very hard as well. But when you see MPs getting massive pay raises and huge allowances, there's a perception that that's what all politicians have access to. Now, it's certainly not true that councillors in Derry and Strabane district are paid well. They're not, and their wages or their allowances should actually go up. So from my point of view, right, I would be happy to defer the decision until if Stormont comes back and they actually put through pay raises for workers, our health and social care workers, our education workers, our teachers, our DFI workers, abolish this ridiculous bonus system that doesn't work in the next month, which seems to be on the cards. That's what we're being promised. I would be happy to ratify that decision. I do think that, like, going forward, we shouldn't have a situation where it's up to us to decide. And I think that that's been one of the things that we've been raising as well. But I have no fundamentalist opposition to councillors getting a pay raise, given that their wages are actually so low anyway. So why don't we, I know that Councillor Alderman Hussey has a proposal on the floor, but that I think that if there was some progress made on workers' pay, where some of the disparity was addressed, and there's not just this freeze, I think that there is not a problem in terms of people getting a basic increase to address their pressures as well in terms of inflation and everything else.
Well, as you said, Councillor Harkin, we have a proposal on the floor at the minute, which I must take first. So, yeah, Alderman Hussey, have we got a seconder for your proposal? Councillor Gallagher, okay, so members, hope you all had a chance to read that proposal. Councillor Jackson.
Mayor, and I know it was discussed and a recommendation was decided at committee, and from our view, we wholeheartedly stand by the decision taken at committee. It isn't right that the councillors within this chamber take a vote and take the decision to give themselves a pay raise. And we did acknowledge the specific pressures in relation to cares and cares allowances, and that's reflected in the recommendation. So from our view within the chamber now is that we will be standing over the decision of the committee or the recommendation of the committee, and we won't be supporting the proposal that's in front of us. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so there is a difference of opinion, so I'm going to have to ask John to take a vote. Sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
Mayor, I'd like to clarify my position. Do you see this a pay rise? Like or whatever that's allowance rise, whatever it's called. I'm not interested in that rise, no one whatsoever. What I'm interested in is equality and not disparity. I don't care if it goes down to £10,000 a year, as long as it goes down to £10 or £10,000 a year for every councillor that's elected in the north. That's what it's about, not a disparity or reinforcing inequality. That's what it's about.
Okay, so I'm going to ask John now to take a vote.
I've just got a call from Alderman Hussey. His Wi-Fi, his electric's gone down, so he's no way of getting in there.
Oh, Alderman, yeah, sorry. Okay, members, look, just after taking a wee bit of advice, there is a proposal, a valid proposal on the floor, which has been seconded. But because the proposer is not online, we are going to ask our IT person to make contact with them to see if they can come in through their phone. And I am proposing a 5-minute recess until we get that done. But before we just take the recess, I just want to welcome those people who came in to the gallery. Thank you.
Please hold.
Alderman Hussey, can you hear me okay?
Hello? 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 I don't know if somebody asked me if it was there or not.
Derek, I can hear you all right. If you
Oh.
can, I'm online as well. I can hear you okay.
Right.
Sorry, Yeah,
Derek,
can you might need to speak up a wee bit, almost if you can, just.
Hello? Hello?
Derek.
Hello?
Derek, the meeting's currently paused, so just hold fire a wee minute, and when they come back, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Folks, I'm going to ask people now to take their seats again. I'm going to reconvene this meeting in a few minutes. First of all, I'm going to check, has Alderman Hussey, are you able to hear what is going on in the chamber?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, okay, I can hear what's going on, yep.
Okay. So there is a proposal now on the floor which has been seconded. Do you want to speak any more to the proposal, or you just want to go straight to the vote?
Listen, it's been talked around enough, so happy to go to the vote.
Okay. So there is a proposal on the floor, members. Is there any dissent in the chamber from the proposal? Yeah, so I'm going to ask John to take a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Cook,
Or John?
Alderman Guy, Alderman Hussey,
For.
Alderman Carrigan,
Or John.
Alderman McMorris,
Or.
Alderman Middleton,
Or.
Alderman Montgomery,
Or.
Alderman Wilkinson,
Or.
Councillor Jason Barr,
Against.
Councillor Lillian Barr, Councillor Raymond Barr, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Cusack, Councillor Deany, Councillor Devine,
Neil.
Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Alex Duffy, Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Farrell,
Against.
Councillor Fleming, Councillor Gallagher,
Or.
Councillor Harkin, Councillor Hart,
Neil.
Councillor Heaney,
Neil.
Councillor Hutton,
Neil.
Councillor Jackson,
Neil.
Councillor Leonard,
Neil.
Councillor Logue,
Against.
Councillor McDaid, Councillor McGinley,
Neil?
Councillor McHugh,
Neil.
Councillor Mooney, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Norris, Councillor O'Farrell,
Neil.
Councillor Riley,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney, Councillor Anelis,
Neil?
and back up because the vote is still being counted or recorded. Councillor Alex Duffy,
No.
Councillor Sandra Duffy. Is there anyone I've missed? Councillor Fleming?
Neil.
Anyone else I've missed? No. Closing the count and just recording the numbers, Mayor. Mayor, I've recorded 10 for, 27 against and 1 abstention, so the proposal falls.
Right, Alderman Hussey, that proposal falls, so I'm going to move on now to your other item, GSP number 5 and number 9. Thank you.
That was just a very rough query, and again, it would be via Philip. The motion, if I can find it again, Mayor, my apologies for.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
My apologies, Mayor. The last paragraph in the motion that was brought referenced the ethnical procurement policy. I'm just wondering, that obviously could have connotations beyond the specific issue that actually brought it to the attention of council. I want to ask the legal advice, is that correct? And when I say that, I'll use an example, violation of human rights. We all realize that there are some postmasters who have had their rights violated over this last number of years. And I would maintain both by the post office and indeed by Fujitsu. So would it be possible that somebody could bring a motion to council on that basis under this particular proposal? Thank you.
From what I'm hearing, the connection is not very good for me. I don't know what it's like for other members and how much of that they've heard, but from what I garner, you're talking about the ethical proposal or the motion that was brought to council and implying how that impacts on the post office workers. Is that what you're talking about? I'm gonna bring legal advice on. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. So look, the position is that any changes to Council's procurement policy will of course impact on all procurement exercises that Council undertakes. It's not going to be selective. Any changes to the procurement policy are going to have to be considered initially by the working group and by committee and Council in due course. So the matter will obviously come before the full Council and committee for discussion in due course, Chair.
Okay, Alderman Hussey, if that's clear, do you want to go on now to item 9 on the same paper? No? No. Look, I'm just going to move on with the meeting. Councillor Jackson.
Matter rising, Mayor. Matter rising GSP 5/24, and it's noising the deputation. Omar Burgoody made a presentation to the committee. There was a motion that was passed, which Alderman Hussey has been trying to pick holes in, but I just want to welcome the fact that that motion has been endorsed by committee and hopefully endorsed at full council today. The issue in relation to BDS is something that the council has been working towards, and I suppose that and it was good to have the conversations with Omar, to hear from Omar around what practical steps the city and district could take to support any country anywhere in the world that is facing human rights violations. So, and not only that, I would particularly welcome the fact that Mid Ulster Council have also joined with us, passed a similar motion last week, and I know that this is a motion that's going to be brought to every council, the majority of councils right across this island, and that collective approach is going to make a real difference. That's how the BDS movement can work. But in relation to Omar, I want to use this opportunity to highlight some of the fantastic events that Omar had taken place subsequent to this deputation. He had visited the city the past weekend. He took part in a number of events, and during the events, he actually commended the work of his council for being a strong voice for Palestine, and he welcomed and commended the work of council officers for their endeavours to implement BDS. So this is one of the founder members of the BDS movement who made very glowing comments in relation to our council, and in particular the work of council officers. So I think that it's only right and appropriate that we recognise this and reflect on that at this committee. But I think this is a very positive step today. If this motion is finally ratified at full council and we can get on with implementing a motion that will allow council, hopefully allow council, to consider any human rights violations, no matter where they're taking place in the world, whenever we're involved in a procurement exercise. And if our council can do it, then right across our public sector, our schools could be doing it. Our hospitals could be doing it. This could be an example where councils are leading the line and showing the way for all of our public sector and taking a stand against those that are violating human rights wherever in the world that may happen. So wanted to welcome and particularly reference that motion, and the fact that this is a motion that will be brought to councils the length and breadth of this island, again shows that once again Ireland could be showing the way to be standing up for the oppressed people of this world. So I want to leave it there, Mayor. Just I felt it was appropriate to references. I know there, as we've already seen, there's going to be some members that want to make mischief, but as with what was demonstrated at committee, the vast majority of members of this council want to do the right thing and have a moral conscience whenever it comes to international affairs. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And just before bringing Councillor Donnelly and Councillor Harkin, I just want to say I did have the pleasure of meeting Omar too on a number of occasions, but he did come into the parlour and like Councillor Jackson said, he praised this council for the current work that we are trying to do, but he also acknowledged how if we do our procurement through ethical means, that will bring no harm to anyone, and that could be anywhere in the world at all. So I think that has to be welcomed. So Councillor Donnelly.
Good Chair, and just want to agree with Councillor Jackson there regarding Omar Barghouti and his contribution in this council chamber. And not only in this chamber, but as Councillor Jackson pointed out, he attended a number of events. And he also done an interview on BBC Radio 4. And when we talk about practical steps, and what we can do, I don't agree with the position that this council is doing everything that it can regards BDS. I think there is a resistance from council officers, and they may have reasons for that from a legal point of view, and I can understand that. But when we talk about practical steps, and I listened to the Radio 4 interview, and I've seen a quote from Omar at Culturland, I think. One of them practical steps regarding BDS, and he was very, very clear for this. He said that nobody should be going, no Irish politicians should be going to Washington. Unfortunately, Councillor Harkin has a motion here later on, which, if parties and individuals want to, do something practical, then, we will get that opportunity when we address Councillor Harkin's motion, which deals with going to the US for St. Patrick's Day. Because when we talk about human rights violations, one of the main perpetrators of that is the US administration. If they're not doing it themselves, then they're using proxies. So just to say that we do have options and that we can, and there was councillors in here who handed back their printers because they were Hewlett and Packard. We can all do our own wee bit. So thank you.
Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, we were honoured to have Omar Barghouti do a presentation, a deputation to the council, and I think that it was a summation of what Palestinians face, and I think it outlined steps that we could take to basically stop the genocide and bring about an end to apartheid, which is the root cause of the suffering that people are facing right now in Gaza. We were also honoured that he was here in Derry over the weekend, and I went to see him. We met with him as others did, but he came and spoke at the Holocaust Memorial event that we held at the Peace Garden. And I think it was brilliant to see him talking about, you know, the opposing all oppression, no matter where it is in the world, opposing anti-Semitism, opposing, you know, what's happening to other groups of people at the hand of greater powers. And I think that that's at the root of this ethical procurement policy as well, because it is about saying that the council needs to take a stand, not just on the issue of BDS, but wherever there is human rights abuses. And I think that it would be very difficult for anyone to stand over being a partner to or complicit with companies that are engaged in, you know, human rights abuses wherever they happen in the world. And that's why I think that this is a very serious thing. And I'm glad that we are one of the first councils in Ireland that is going to ratify this today. And I think that, yeah, it would be great to see every single council, north and south on this island, make this their corporate policies. That would be a big step forward, because I think the thing is what Omar, and Omar is one of the most principled people when it comes to laying out what Palestinians need right now in terms of support, that symbolic support is very important, but we're at the point now where the Israeli state has to be completely isolated, and those states that are complicit with it also have to be challenged directly on what they're doing. And I think that if this actually goes through and then we're able to implement it, and then we try to figure out ways of implementing it. And of course, each of those steps will be discussed here in the council. I think that that will be a practical way to actually, you know, make a difference to what's happening in Gaza and in all of Palestine. So, look, you know, I don't know if we need to do this, but I'm happy to propose if there's that we take a vote, a full vote on this, if we need that for ratification, because there was some questions raised about it in the chamber today, and I don't think that there should be any doubt anywhere that this council, the Derry and Strabane Council, fully endorses an ethical procurement policy. We've already ratified it at the committee level, but if there's any doubt, I think that this is something, because of the importance of this motion, I think that the full council needs to send a message that we fully back it.
Councillor Hartman, I'm just going to take advice, because we are just ratifying a committee item, and I don't know if we actually need to vote on that.
It's true, unless there's any suggested change to it.
Right, I've just been told unless there's any suggested change, we don't. So thank you, and I'm going to go now to Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Mayor. And I suppose just to second what a few other people have said already is, I mean, I'd question why we wouldn't want to have an ethical procurement policy. Even the title itself, we should always be ethical in everything we're doing. So to suggest that we might not have one would be uncomfortable for me anyway. Omar Barghouti was brilliant in his deputation, and then again at the events across the week last week. And we, like other parties, we also had an opportunity to meet with him, and I found it really inspiring, and it invigorated me for the working group next week. It gave us some really practical ideas and references of things that we can use to start, just as a starting place for us as a working group. Talked about the Quakers in America having like a database that we've already got a list there that we can work off of companies who do not engage in genocide, who do not engage in war crimes. And I mean, in this day and age, that we have to actually do that is terrifying. But I mean, just from a practical point of view, I have a page full of ideas that he gave us, and I'll be the first one to suggest them whenever the working group comes about. But just to put our support on record as well for the policy. Thank you.
And if no more matters arising, I'm just going to move on now to the next monthly planning committee held on Wednesday, the 10th of January 2024. Can I have a proposer and seconder? Thank you. Any matters arising? No. Reconvened planning committee held on Tuesday, the 11th of January 2024. Thank you. Been proposed and seconded. Any matters arising? No. Sorry. Did I,
Yes.
somebody?
Matters arising. Yeah, LA 11 2023/1687F. Look, there's some discussion there about Ulster University and its plans for student accommodation. And I think we have to take this as a very, very serious matter. I've met now with like numerous resident groups and residents in the area surrounding McGee. And there's an issue now where Ulster University is writing letters of support for developers that are building or creating HMOs. And these letters are letters of support for HMOs, and there's been quite a few of them. And I don't know if Ulster University is making any attempt to talk to residents in those areas about these letters of support, or if they're just putting them in blind because they need more student accommodation, right? So it is having an impact. It's actually generating a lot of anger and frustration from residents who see that they're objecting to HMOs for different reasons, for traffic congestion, and it's connected to the bigger issue of the lack of housing in the city and right across the district. So I think we need to meet with Ulster University officials. I mean, I don't think we need a full council meeting. I would like to propose that we have a meeting that we have elected representatives meet with university officials to discuss this issue and try to get some clarification as to what they're doing. Do they have a strategy around HMOs? Do they actually look into each of the proposals before they send a letter of support for the developers? And then I think what's also referenced in the committee discussion is what are their overall plans for student accommodation? Because they can't just hope that they're going to change more and more streets and more areas around the university by backing HMO building. And a number of them have actually rejected. They have to have a plan for building and creating student accommodation. And so this is an issue now, I think, that it is one of the elements that people are frustrated about. It's about the university's role. So I think that I just sent a brief proposal. It's really just for us to have a meeting with Ulster University officials to talk about this and try to get more clarification.
Okay, have a seconder for your proposal first, and then I'm going to bring in Councillor Mooney. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that, with Councillor Harkin raised as the current chair of the planning committee, just by way of information, there was a motion brought by Councillor Hussey last month's committee on that subject. And part of the motion they asked was we write to the university. This morning, a letter came in from the university on that issue. I directed it to go to the members of the planning committee as normal, but I'm quite happy if that be sent on to all councillors and all members. It's a response as to what our discussion led to anyway. But I can forward this on now, or ask it to be forwarded on to the members of all members. It may allay Councillor Harkin's fears, or it may not, but it will provide information as to what the university are doing. So I can send it on to you now if you want. You can have a look at it, and on that basis you can still put your motion. Is that okay, Chair? Or Mayor?
I think that would be helpful. But just before we take your proposal, I do recall being at a meeting with the Vice Chancellor Paul Bartholomew, and you were in attendance, Councillor Harkin, at that meeting, and they did touch on the accommodation for students. But if we think obviously, if we just want to get a refresh on or an update on what their plans on, just go ahead with this proposal now. Okay. So is everybody in agreement that we go ahead with this? Okay, and that letter will be sent out.
Mayor.
All right.
Mayor, Alderman Hussey here.
Go ahead, Councillor Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I say, Sean will be delighted. I absolutely and fully endorse what he has said. As Councillor Mooney has said, I had my own concerns at the number of HMOs coming through with this template letter from the university. It's just not good enough. That letter was sent. I know I got a copy of it for clarification. The letter was sent to the Vice-Chancellor on the basis of asking them what plans have they themselves with regard to student accommodation, because they have a responsibility and we need them to live up to the responsibility with regard to their own students. Surely, yes, I understand there will be a certain number of students who are content to move out and live away from student-centred accommodation, but there is a need for the university to clarify their plans as they expand, and their plans for expansion must include accommodation for the students they're bringing in. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Alderman, and if there's no other matters arising, I'm just going to move on. Okay, and we have the monthly Business and Culture Committee held on Tuesday, the 16th of January, 2024, pages 93 to 100. Proposer and seconder, thank you. Any matters arising? Alderman Middleton.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a point of accuracy. It states that I declared an interest in an item that relates to Peace Plus, that says I'm on the Peace Plus board, but I'm not. Okay. I didn't declare an interest. Thank you.
We'll get that ratified. Any? Yes, Councillor Cook.
That was me, probably. That's probably aye.
Okay. Any other matters arising? No.
Mayor.
Alderman Hussey.
Thank you.
How could I not know you weren't going to come in? Go ahead.
Very briefly, BC5 was under Stephen Kelly's presentation. Is that correct? I have nothing in front of me at the moment. I just have my own notes. I have it on page 104.
Sorry, Alderman Hussey, you are going to have to speak up a wee bit.
Yeah, okay.
Just really hard to hear here.
Right, I'm referring to BC5, which is Stephen Kelly's presentation. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Or is that the previous? The previous one, yeah. BC5, Stephen Kelly's presentation. I had raised a concern that some folk felt that they had to contribute anonymously to the survey that Stephen carried out. And that has been amplified since, because I've had contact from the organisers of the Wall City Tattoo. They're concerned that they were not one of the consultees within the overall consultation that Stephen undertook. And that made me wonder, well, who else has not been consulted who should have been? And that adds to my concern when we get these results, but they're anonymous, so we don't know who has made the contributions. And I just wanted to highlight that particular point. Thank you, Mayor.
So that'll be noted, Alderman Hussey, that you have a concern regarding anonymous responses to the consultation, and that there are some groups that the consultation won't reach. Would that be correct from what I'm hearing?
One in particular, Wall City Tattoo, who have been run several very successful events at Livingston Square, but for some reason they weren't under the survey undertaken by Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Any other matters arising? No, I'm going to move on now to the monthly Environmental and Regeneration Committee held on Wednesday, the 17th of January, 2024. Proposer and seconder, please. Thank you. Matters arising. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Mayor, I'm not a member of this committee, but I was in attendance at it. By the grace of the chair, I did speak at it. But I just felt that, and it was based on a previous, this report was based on a previous motion that was brought forward by myself and Councillor Donnelly. And I felt that while Council was looking at the motion, I wasn't looking at the broad scope of the motion in its entirety. And the very bulk of that motion was to look at, and I should say, Mayor, that before the motion was brought, you know, that it's a legal opinion, and that the motion was brought with prudence for Council, that there is a waste and contaminated land order, that one of the biggest environmental disasters in Ireland has taken place within this council district. And I felt that it was important for council to be prudent on this issue. There's a potential for a report coming out by DERA, but that we needed to find and compile a report that was around what is council's responsibilities, what is the implications and liabilities with regards to that act. And just my sense was, and that was included in the motion, and that became a corporate position of council, that it was very important for all the councillors in here to know what that position is and could be in the future. So I think it's utmost importance that we get that report as soon as possible. Just, Mayor, just my feelings on listening to the motion was that it wasn't given possibly the priority that was contained within the motion itself that was passed by this council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other matters arising?
ER
Councillor
17.
Harkin.
What? Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I have two in this section. The first one is, let me see, ER 25/24. It's the Public Transport Task Force. Look, I read the report and I welcome the fact that we are moving forward on creating a public transport task force. Now, this motion was passed in June of last year, and we've made some progress on it, but it's now January. And so that's why I'm happy to see that we've made some movement, but that does strike me as a long time. And it does say in the report that there's been background work done. But it did say in the motion that we would immediately act on the electrification of the bus fleet right across the district in Derry to basically encourage public transport use. So I think we could have moved faster in this to seize that opportunity. So that was what was behind this. I understand that we were aiming to kind of get DFA involved, TransLink officials involved. I did notice that the trade unions have not been approached yet, or maybe they have, but that wasn't included in the report. Look, it's kind of like, I don't understand why the unions wouldn't have been, because the unions actually, the bus drivers and the train drivers actually have the best ideas a lot of the times for how to improve our public transport network and about where the gaps are and about where how we can have more people using them. So they need to be at the heart of this as well. It doesn't say in the motion that elected reps or elected representatives from the council, aldermen or councillors would be involved in this, but I would like to be at those task force meetings. I don't know if that needs to be written in or if there's a plan to invite elected representatives at a later date. But most of the task forces that we set up at council do involve elected representatives. So can we get clarification on our elected representatives going to be invited to these meetings? I think they should be, and I'm happy to change the motion if necessary to include that. And then can we get clarification on any outreach that's been done to the trade unions, that the people who actually drive our buses and who drive our trains, if they are going to be asked to come along to the task force meeting as well. And I've talked to bus drivers who've since June have been eager to be part of this, but have not, haven't been contacted yet. So that's the first one, Mayor.
Okay, I'm just going to pass it over to Karen. She will have some update for you, but maybe not all. Okay, Karen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair. Members, just for your information, we actually had the second meeting of the wider task force yesterday. It was probably 2.5 hours long and involved wider stakeholders. I know that we had raised at the first engagement with DFI and TransLink in terms of engaging the public transport unions, and TransLink were to look into that and consider how we might engage with them. Certainly yesterday as well, we did have a discussion in relation to how we engage and involve elected members, and certainly you are right, Councillor, it wasn't written specifically into the notice of motion, but more than happy, both as from an officer perspective and also the wider task force, to engage as many elected members who want to take part in that particular forum. It was very positive yesterday, and there was great support for wanting to actually maximise the opportunity that this task force has given for the city and district in terms of actually promoting public transport and looking how we extend its use. I had intended to bring a further report back into committee to update members, and we can do that, and certainly invite all elected members to the next task force, which we intend to have. We're going to set the meeting for it very shortly. So certainly we'll follow up on all of those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hargan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karen. Look, I'm a bit frustrated, and maybe that's coming through. One, like, if we're now saying that if you write a motion and you're saying you're setting up a working group or a task force, does it have to say elected representatives will be included? Because that's been past practice, and I don't quite understand why we weren't notified and invited along. And if that is the case, well, then that's my fault for the way that I drafted the motion. Secondly, we don't need to ask TransLink's permission to invite trade unions. I don't understand where the thinking is behind that, because, like, why would you go? Trade unions are independent statutory bodies. I would take out TransLink and put the trade unions in first. So maybe there's an issue here about what trade unions are, what they represent. And that's why I'm making the point. No buses move, no trains move if the bus drivers and the train drivers aren't part of it, and the engineers and everybody else that drives that system. It's not up to TransLink management, who are withholding a pay raise, which then connects the DFI and everything else. So look, the trade unions should have been invited in, and this is a council, right, that has on paper a lot of respect for trade unions. So look, I'm happy now that there's been a second meeting. I look forward to the content of the actual report. I think it should have been done a lot faster when the motion says immediately sees the opportunity. And I see other motions. And the reason why I'm frustrated is because Councillor Gallagher, before Christmas, mentioned, is there some sort of prioritisation of motions here? Because I see other motions moving forward, and I didn't understand why this one in particular, when it is of such importance to our district area, to address climate change, to address our roads network, and everything else has been left to now. So I welcome that there's progress. I look forward to the content of those discussions, and I think that obviously think the trade unions and elected representatives should be at the meetings. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, just coming in there and just on those points, we've had a meeting internally on the back of comments from last month as well, with regard to notices of motion, how they are distributed across the senior team, the progress of them and all of that. So we will be bringing back another report with regard to the general progress of notices of motion as soon as possible.
Okay, Sorry, did you want to come on again?
Second issue in this section. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, this is again, I think we've all seen the reports in our local papers about the potholes right across the district. And I think that the headline in the Derry Journal called Pothole City really sums up the problem. It looked like, for, you know, a different report said in 2023 that we had nearly 11,000 reported potholes and defects in our roads, which is an absolute disgrace. And between November and January 10th, there was nearly 2,000 reported potholes and defects. We had a report from DFA representatives where they came in and said budgetary pressures means that they are not carrying out systematic repairs on our roads, and it's only the worst potholes that are getting fixed, and they have to be of a certain depth. And as everybody knows, our road network system is in bits, and more people are talking about it. Probably more and more claims are going to go in to DFA for damaged cars, and there's also the issue of public safety on our roads as well. I mean, can you really take a bicycle now out on these roads to get anywhere? So, you know, the budgetary pressures on the DFA are real, but this has got. You know, I think we have to be proactive in trying to get them to do more than they're doing. I mean, by not having roads service workers working because they're denying them a pay increase and are insisting on keeping this, you know, ancient bonus system that punishes people, that's actually having an impact on their ability to fix the roads as well. There's also something wrong where we're seeing areas where roads have been fixed, that those same the pothole areas are the same potholes are coming back again. So I think we need to have a discussion with elected representatives, again, with some DFA officials. It doesn't have to be a special meeting of council, but I think that we need to impress on them that whatever they're doing right now, despite their budgetary pressures, it's not good enough because we're in a worsening situation. So I would like to propose that we have a meeting with some DFA officials to try and go through what's their plan to address what is crisis levels potholes now. I mean, and look, for a lot of people, potholes, people make fun of them and their depth, but this is serious now in terms of our roads.
Councillor, you said you don't want to call a special council meeting, but you want to call a meeting.
Well, I mean, what I mean is an elected rep from every party could meet with the DFA officials, so we don't have to have a full council meeting at 4 o'clock. It would be open to all members, but it would be organised by council officers. What I'm thinking is we need to have this meeting as quickly as possible, you know, in a room in the Guildhall, and basically be able to put some questions to the DFA officials about, well, what are they doing in response to these reports that are coming out? Are they going to be doing anything differently going forward to address what is a worsening crisis?
Okay, I'm just going to bring Karen. Did you want to come on there, Karen? No, is it in the same issue? Just before I bring you on, Aisling, of Councillor Barr, Raymond Barr, Alderman Hussey, Councillor Danley and Councillor Barr, is that all on the same issue as the potholes? Everybody know? Right, I'm just going to keep to the potholes, okay, at the minute. So it's just yourself, Councillor Barr, is that right? And then Aisling?
Thanks very much, Mayor. First, just to totally agree with Councillor Harkin on his motion, and just to include the full area within that. As he says, it's now I know he says the city roads are bad. You want to see the B roads and the C roads up around the rural areas are worse. But it's 100%. They've been filled and they're just coming back 10 times worse. So happy to second the proposal and look forward to them coming in.
Aisling?
Thank you, Mayor. It's just to say that I think most parties in the chamber do be meeting with DFA on a regular basis. I know we do as a party, and we are constantly receiving updates and keeping in touch in relation to this issue. But just to say that we will support a party or a meeting through council, but we are definitely being kept up to date with them in relation to our quarterly meetings that we hold as a party.
Okay, so there's a proposal on the floor. It has been seconded. So everybody in agreement? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to move on now to Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. This is in relation to Mobile and Councillor Gallagher's motion, which queries the consequences of an open and public call for expressions of interest regarding the remediation of Mobile and Council's responsibility and liabilities. It's just a question for Philip. What is the legal position in relation to the motion being enacted? For instance, are there any legal barriers or otherwise? Thank you.
So, Councillor Barr, I think Councillor Gallagher had raised this earlier on and had indicated that he wanted an urgent paper being brought back to deal with the issues in and around the notice of motion. Certainly officers are going to undertake that on foot of that. Any issues in and around that will be discussed as part of that paper.
Okay, I'm just seeing here that Alderman Hussey is asking when are DFI due to come in again, and they wanted to come in Sean's motion. So before I go back to Councillor, forget which Councillor Barr was that now, Jason, I'm going to bring in Derek again, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. It was just that query. As we know, DFI come in to council. I was just wondering when are they due in again with the end of the financial year coming through. And well, I suppose hopefully their budgets will begin to emerge over the next month or so. So when are they due in again? But I can support what Councillor Harkin has proposed there. And indeed endorse what Councillor Barr said. Welcome to the rural situation.
Okay, I'm just going to bring in Karen now.
Thank you, Chair. Members, in terms, as you're aware, the DFI officials do come into the E&R committee twice per year, normally in the autumn and the spring. I think we had the last meeting in and around October time, so they would be due in March or April. But Chair, if members want, we can try and facilitate an earlier meeting with the DFI officials ahead of their spring reports to E&R.
Okay, well, I think that's what the motion was saying regarding the pothole. So, okay, look, I have no other speakers. If I've missed anybody, let me out or let me know.
Chair, I'm on ER 17. ER 17.
Otherwise, I'm going to move on. Okay, right.
ER 17, Mayor.
Go ahead, Derek.
Very, very briefly. ER 17 refers to the appointment of contractor for the Castle Park element of levelling up scheme in Castleberry. Has that contractor been appointed yet? If not, when do we expect the contractor to be appointed?
Yeah,
Gary's going to come in here.
Through you, Chair. Members, my understanding is that they have been, and we intend to do some press, etc., in relation to that in the next few days. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the monthly health.
Sorry, just a supplementary on that. My rationale for that previously was interaction with the contractor and a community group with a concern. So I'm trusting that the contractor will be asked to engage with the Derrickfest folk going forward. Thank you.
Okay, that's noted, Alderman Hussey. I'm going to move on now to the Monthly Health and Communities Committee held on Thursday, the 18th of January 2024, pages 101 to 102. Can I have a proposer and seconder, please? Thank you. Any matters arising? No. I'm going to move on then to the bi-monthly Assurance Audit and Risk Committee held on Monday, the 22nd of January 2024, pages 103 until 118. Proposer and seconder, please. Okay, Sean, we have a seconder. Any matters arising? No. The rescheduled monthly Health and Communities Committee held on Tuesday, the 23rd of January 2024. Proposer and seconder, please. Thank you. Any matters arising? No. That's grand. Okay, so I just have a proposal. I want to propose that I just want permission that I bring the motions forward instead of confidential, because we have got the audience in the gallery here who have been waiting for some time, and I suspect they're here to listen to the motions. So if I have agreement, just to move on to the motions. Okay, so we will do that now. Thank you. So the first is Councillor McDade. And if you want to take a wee minute to prepare yourself, I know you weren't expecting that, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take the motion as read.
A seconder? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So as of this week, over 26,000 innocent civilians have been murdered in Palestine since the 7th of October 2023. This is completely unacceptable, and I know we're going to discuss it later when debating another motion, but I just wanted to highlight it. That's more than 26,000 innocent people have been murdered. But this war didn't start on the 7th of October last year. It started 76 years ago when Israel accelerated its expansive occupation of Palestine. Israel have been systematically invading Palestinian land since 1948, and this recent genocide that we're witnessing in real time on TV and in social media is just the most recent element of the Israeli ambition to wipe out Palestine and settle on all Palestinian land. Political and military leaders in Israel have confirmed that this is their goal. This is ethnic cleansing. In this city, we understand and empathise with the people of Palestine. We know what it's like to live under occupation, and we know only too well the devastating impact of violence committed by an occupying army. Although all eyes are in Gaza at the minute, the Israeli army continues to carry out raids, drop bombs, and force more and more people from their homes in the West Bank. The church leaders and the city council in Bethlehem decided in November to abandon festive celebrations as a mark of solidarity with the people of Gaza. Many people living in Bethlehem have links to Gaza through family, whether they're Muslim or Palestinian Christian. This was a huge decision and will have impacted every aspect of their religious practices, economy, livelihoods and tourism, but the council knew it needed to happen. To show this strength, solidarity and selflessness is so admirable, and I think there's people in this country that need to take a leaf from their book, put your head above the parapet and call out this genocide for what it is and call for a ceasefire. To twin with Bethlehem, our council will not only be sending our message of solidarity to the people of Palestine, it's an opportunity for us to develop links with the Christian capital of the world. In order to open economic links, build on a shared Christian culture, and to link schools and colleges with educators in Bethlehem. It also demonstrates on a global stage that Derry and Strabane, and indeed Ireland, recognise the plight of the Palestinian people, and it sets an example of moral standing to the world. Many thanks.
Thank you. Can I now ask Aisling?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor McDade for the motion. We would like to welcome the motion, and if it needs a second proposal, then I could do that as well. I think at this stage it is a really good time to be twinning with Bethlehem, particularly what's going on, as Catherine has outlined. the genocide that's happening in Gaza at the minute, the ethnic cleansing, these people are feeling at the most vulnerable that they could ever feel. Building the relations with them and them having the confidence, they know that the world's listening, and by our council making them aware that we are listening by supporting this and twinning with the city of Bethlehem. The people of Gaza and Palestine are showing resilience. This will also build their resilience as well, knowing that we're speaking up on their behalf and that we will be doing everything in our power to help. We've so much in common with the people of Palestine, and so this really strong message of solidarity is welcomed, and thanks to Councillor McDaid for bringing the motion forward.
Thank you. Aisling, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McDaid, for bringing the motion. And I also want to just commend Councillor McDaid, who has been at nearly every protest, is at organising meetings, and is putting through this motion today to highlight and do something about the genocide that's happening. And as Councillor McDaid has said, look, the focus is on Gaza, and we have, you know, nearly 30,000 people dead, but we don't know the true number, because how could you tell how many people are dead with the state of Gaza, where there's just rubble everywhere? But we do know that there's nearly 70,000 people with, that have been injured. So the scale of devastation can't come anywhere close to anything that I've ever seen. But there is, as Catherine said, like the West Bank, hundreds of people have been killed, thousands of people have been arrested. And the West Bank is the place where prior to October 7th, the number of illegal settlers went from 200,000 to 700,000. And this was making it very clear to Palestinians that they were going to be deprived of their land, that they were being ethnically transferred. And I think it's right that we have a focus as well, that we broaden out the focus to what's happening in the West Bank, because Israel's plans for ethnic cleansing don't stop with Gaza. It's about expanding. It's about pushing Palestinians out of every bit of land right across the historic Palestine. So I think it's a very important step for us to twin with Bethlehem City and use that as a way of highlighting our support. And then if we can find ways then to kind of like actually link the two cities economically, culturally, so we can support in an ongoing way the resistance of Palestinians to ethnic transfer. That'll be very important. So we very much welcome the proposal and see it as part of the broader effort of solidarity right now.
Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Mayor. And just regarding on the subject of twinning with Bethlehem, I suppose I'd like to ask the Chamber, would the twinning with Bethlehem authorities require us to ignore the lack of basic freedoms enjoyed by the population of Bethlehem living under the Palestinian Authority? According to the Global Monitor, Freedom House, the territory governed by the Palestinian Authority, of which Bethlehem is a part, is classed as not free. The Palestinian Authority governs Bethlehem in an authoritarian manner, engaging in acts of repression against journalists and political opponents. In contrast, Israel is classed as a free country by Freedom House, a country which grants political rights and civil liberties to its citizens. In particular, given the religious connotations of twinning with Bethlehem, the very cradle of Christianity, we are being asked to ignore the decline of the Christian population of that town from about 40% in 1998 to around 16% today. That decline has taken place under the oppressive, corrupt rule of the Palestinian Authority. Twinning with Bethlehem would expose this council to the accusation it glosses over the lack of gender equality in Bethlehem, the persecution and violence experienced by gay people, and the rampant racism against Jews taught in the schools and expressed in the Palestinian Authority-controlled media. We in Northern Ireland know particularly well how security measures, however disruptive and irksome, are better than having dead corpses piled up because of terrorist atrocities. The murder of 1,200 Israelis on the day sadly justifies security walls and roadblocks separating Palestinian armed groups in Bethlehem and elsewhere from the Israel the Israeli civilian population. And on that basis, we would be against this proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, just to say that they voiced my support for the motion, and I think the idea of international solidarity is very important. And as I've said previously, we in Ireland know what it's like. You know, they have that solidarity, and how appreciative it is. Chair, you know, this false narrative about October the 7th in 2017, I brought a motion at Christmas time to this council, and it was calling on the US administration at that time. It was led by Donald Trump to reverse his decision. His claim that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel. And at that meeting, Chair, the DUP walked out and they said that the motion was irrelevant. And I warned, and all our speakers on here warned that it would add an inflammation of the situation. And that has proven to be correct and true. And the DUP are very, very selective in what they see and what they can hear. In the recent programme by the Zionist government, we've seen Christians being shot dead coming out of their place of worship. And when a relative went to administer first aid, they were then shot. We then had the Zionist authorities saying that there was no church. Just blatant lies. You can't believe a word that comes out of these people's mouths. So the people that I see as attacking Christians is Zionism. I've seen numerous videos where Christians have been spat at, and when the senior Zionist spokespeople have been questioned about it, they put it down to it's a tradition. But again, the DUP are blind to that. They walked out of here in 2017, and we predicted in here that decision. Unfortunately, we have another US regime, of a different politics, and they're worse. So I think it's important that we do whatever we can. And it's not surprising to me and others who've been protesting and highlighting for decades what has been going on, that we're still here. It didn't happen on October the 7th. And I think this motion's a very important one to show solidarity with the oppressed people of Palestine. So I just want to put on record my support for it. Thank you.
Alderman Gay.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't wish to speak to the motion. Everyone in the room knows my feelings on how I see both sides in this here. What I will say is there's someone sitting in the gallery who's taking videos or taking photographs in this room, which surely is not acceptable. He either stops or he is removed from the gallery.
Sorry, through the chair, Alderman Gay. I'm sorry, can you just repeat what you said, please?
There's someone in the gallery, public gallery, taking photographs or videos when this here session is going on here. Surely that's not allowed.
Please, please, no photographs are allowed to be taken during the meetings. So can everyone please refrain from doing that if indeed you have been doing it? That okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor McDade, if you want to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all the speakers. I suppose just firstly, just to address what Alderman Moss said, I would question your sources. I would encourage everyone to look up Freedom House and see what they're related to and see what they stand for and see what influence they have. But you know, I think from the DUP's perspective, I think you're always, there's any excuse to vote against Palestine, to vote against a vote of solidarity with the Palestinian people. So I would say that I'm not surprised that you're against it, but I'm disappointed. But what I'm not disappointed in is I was glad to hear you stand up for gay rights and the gay rights of Palestinian people, given that the stance of your party on that in the past. So thank you for that. Councillor Hutton, Councillor Harkin and Councillor Donnelly, thank you so much for your support. I will echo everything that you said. I think that we need to be doing this. We need to be taking this stance. We need to be showing solidarity to the world. We talked earlier about an ethical procurement policy. This is just ethical. This is morally right. And I think I am proud to be part of a council that's standing on the moral high ground here. Thank you.
Right, there is a dissent from an overall positive vote. So I'm going to ask John, can I please take a record of the vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Cook,
Against.
Alderman Guy,
Abstain.
Alderman Hussey,
Abstain.
Alderman Carrigan,
Against, John.
Alderman McMorris,
Against.
Alderman Middleton,
Against.
Alderman Montgomery,
Abstain.
Alderman Wilkinson,
Against, John.
Councillor Jason Barr,
For.
Councillor Lillian Barr,
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr, Councillor Boyle,
For.
Councillor Cusick,
For.
Councillor Deaney, Councillor Devine, Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Alex Duffy, Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Farrell,
For.
Councillor Fleming, Councillor Gallagher,
For.
Councillor Harkin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Leonard, Councillor Logue,
Yes.
Councillor McDade,
No bother, I sent you a wee WhatsApp, haven't I?
Councillor McGinley,
Oh, tap.
Councillor McHugh, Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor Norris,
For.
Councillor Farrell, Councillor Riley,
For.
Councillor Tierney, Councillor Neelis.
Ta.
Thank you, members. Mayor, I've recorded 34, 5 against and 3 abstentions, so the notice of motion passes.
Okay. We'll move on now to item motion number 2 by Councillor Deaney.
Good Mayor. I'll just take the motion as read, if that's okay. Yeah. So since 2021, the North of Ireland has the joint highest rates of femicide in Europe, and 1 woman is killed every 3 months. Across the island, misogyny and the domestic abuse and violence against women and girls claims the life of 16 women every year and is impacting on thousands of women every day. We are all aware of violent and horrific attacks against women in this council area, and we know that many women and girls continue to live in fear. That is completely unacceptable, and all of society must stand against this horror. There must be zero tolerance for misogynistic violence and abuse. Tackling violence against women and girls must be a priority right across our society. There can be no place for tolerance for sexism and misogyny. We need to see the urgent implementation of the Executive Office's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy to tackle the cause of this violence by challenging everyday sexism and misogyny at its roots. To do this, we urgently need the executive in place and a full funding of the strategy to transform how society understands and responds to violence against women and girls. Additionally, the British Secretary of State's budget has significantly cut public services, including funding to Women's Aid. This greatly reduces the level of support available to victims and the ability of first responders to spot the signs of abuse early and prevent it going too far. Victims of rape and sexual assault are also still facing unacceptable obstacles in our justice system. These were addressed as part of the Gillen Review, but the outstanding recommendations of this review could not be addressed because of the DUP's boycott of the Assembly over the past 2 years. This is completely unacceptable, and we cannot allow the position to pertain where victims of sexual offences continue to be further traumatised by the criminal justice process.
We need robust and full funding of the Executive Office's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy to transform how society understands and responds to violence against women and girls. While the DUP continued the blockade of the Assembly, victims continue to be failed. A restored Executive and Assembly needs to take action on these issues, which are as serious as they come. They are life and death, and required legislation needs to be brought forward without further delay. Mayor.
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Deeney for making the proposal. Unlike the last motion, I don't expect any dissent whatsoever. I think every party and every individual in this chamber is going to speak with one voice and say that violence against women and girls has to stop. It's a scourge on society, and it's a burning issue that government needs to tackle once and for all. And if the mood music is right, we're going to have an assembly very shortly for the first time in 2 years. We're going to have an executive office, and we're going to have a First Minister and a Deputy First Minister in position. So Michelle O'Neill and whoever the DUP choose to nominate as Deputy First Minister are going to have a lot of issues to deal with. But in our view, this is one of the most important and most pressing issues that faces society. Violence against women is on the rise. Abuse against women is on the rise. Harm against women is on the rise. And you only have to open the Derry Journal or the Derry News and you can see the alarming increase on court reports that result in convictions for domestic violence. So it's there, it's happening right across this city and district before our eyes. And I'm going to finish now, but what I have to say is I have a 7-year-old daughter and I want the very best for her in life, as all parents do. But the bare minimum that I would expect would be that she can grow up in a safe society, a society free from violence, a society free from misogyny, and a society free from intimidation. That's what I want for my daughter. I think everybody wants exactly the same. So we support the proposal and we hope it leads to immediate and change in society. Thank you, Caitlin.
Okay, I have, Alderman Cook.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. So thanks, Caitlin, for bringing forward the motion. Ending all forms of violence, abuse and harm against women and girls is one of the most pressing challenges facing our society today in Northern Ireland. This can impact how women and girls live, work and socialise. Looking at some data, whenever, after I'd read the motion, some of the data that's been collected through consultation, the figures are absolutely harrowing. And the results from a report taken from the experiences and attitudes of 16-year-old girls in Northern Ireland in 2023, out of 993 respondents, 19% of 16-year-old girls have reported being beaten, slapped, pushed or restrained. Another finding was that out of 993 respondents, 32% have been a victim of online harassment and violence, for example, receiving threats, online trolling, being sent or being asked for intimate images against their will. These figures should be zero. Violence, abuse and harm against women and girls cuts across all generations, all communities. It exists everywhere in our schools, universities, workplaces, sports clubs and many, many more. So I totally do agree with this motion. Myself and the rest of my DUP colleagues support this motion and for the progression of the strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Deeney, for the motion. We wholeheartedly support it. And look, I think women and girls have made tremendous strides in fighting for equality across our society. But violence against women and girls is still far too prevalent. And as all our speakers have said, it's on the rise. And I think as a council, we have to do everything we can to put actions in place that will challenge that and to make our society fully equal for women and girls. I do think that the executive, if it does reform in the next week or a couple of weeks, it should act on policies that are sitting on the shelves. and do everything in its duty to move forward. But I also think that we can't look to Stormont for these changes. I think that these changes are going to come from the grassroots up. And I think that's where our council and organisations and individuals right across the district have a role to play. I think that we have to have a zero tolerance approach, as your motion states, to any violence, whatever its form is, to women and girls. But I also think we have to look at the root of the problem as well. What is driving the increase in domestic violence? What lies behind this? And I also think that there are people who have been frustrated across Ireland at the success of the women's movement in fighting for equality, removing obstacles to the right to choose, changing the Irish constitution so that women are no longer seen as inferior beings. I think that there is a reaction to that, and I think we see that online with some of the language, which is an attempt to push women back, push women down, push girls down, and they go back to the way it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago, because they don't like the idea of women having full equality. And I think that we as a council and all of us really should do whatever we can to change that. I do think that this fight will be led, and this campaign is being led by women and girls themselves. And I think we should do everything we can to support policies being enacted to make life fully equitable for everybody in our society. So thank you again for the motion.
Okay, Councillor, do you want to sum up?
Just to say thank you for the words of support. Thank you, Councillor Harkin, and thank you, Councillor Farrell, as well. I'm a parent of a 3-year-old girl, and all we want is for our children to be safe as a bare minimum in our society. And I was really shocked at some of the things that Alderman Cook have said. Some of those statistics are terrifying. So, but thank you for your words of support.
I didn't hear any dissent from that proposal for that motion, so we can just take it as carried. So we'll move on now to the next motion, and that is by Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. And may I please make a small amendment just to reflect the current numbers of the death toll in this genocide? Okay.
That motion has been seconded by Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And the Gazan Ministry has documented approximately 26,900, of which at least 10,000 are children, and more than 8,000 missing. 370 people killed in the West Bank, of which 99 are children, while Euro-Med Human Rights Monitor, an independent non-governmental organization, has reported around 30,000 missing and dead. Now, it's very hard to quantify the numbers of people who have been killed in Gaza or who are missing in the Palestinian. And I know many of you feel the same as me when you look at what is going on in Gaza. The unspeakable sense of complete destruction that we have witnessed day after day have shaken many of us to the core. Of course, we all know that there was no defense for the actions of Hamas, and there is nothing we can say to deal with the pain and loss felt by the families of their victims. We must see the release of hostages without delay and immediate humanitarian aid. But here in our small corner of the world, we know all too well the pain of one side cannot justify the killing of innocents. The murder and violence that has escalated in Gaza in these last months is horrifying. Israel's actions must be unequivocally condemned, as that they are a genocide perpetrated in plain sight of a world that has stood by and allowed it to happen. The only answer to this genocide is for the killing to stop and an immediate ceasefire to be implemented. I hope that the governments with influence will finally step up to this decisive moment in history. They cannot continue to watch on and on while the death toll climbs higher and higher, and they must intervene. But I also know that the events in Gaza will have left many people in Derry thinking, what can I do? This is our instincts in this city and region. We are a people of solidarity, forged through our own experience of conflict. People here know all too well the consequences of inaction when faced with brutality. So it is incumbent on this council to do everything that it can, even if in a small way, to try and contribute to the end of mass slaughter and the protection of human life. That is why I am calling on this council to support an implementation of a Palestinian visa scheme to allow Palestinians with family in the UK safe passage, just as we did for Ukrainians. Palestinians are no different. They are human, just like the Ukrainians. I am also proposing that we urge the leaders of all political parties in Northern Ireland to support this call and that we mobilize between councils and departments to support this call. This is only a small measure, and no one would argue that it would turn the tide of the violence that the people of Gaza are living with as their daily life and reality. However, it will be a powerful message to support and stand in solidarity and would offer practical support to those men, women, and children who continue to be trapped in a living hell in this terrible conflict. I will urge every single person here to think about the lives that we are losing every day and to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. I have an amendment that I have forwarded to Philip. I'm not sure if it's been forwarded to Teresa. I'll speak to it while you forward it on. When this
Seconder, yeah, go ahead, Sandra.
When this motion, when I first read it, I was unsure of it, to be honest. But my reasons behind that was in terms of the international community, and the call is for a permanent ceasefire. But I completely understand where the motion is coming from, and I will be supporting it. I have proposed an amendment. It's not huge, but in terms of the amendment, I have to take into consideration that we live on a small island. We live on an island where we should be acting as one with unity across the island. So to speak to the amendments, I know it's not on the screen yet. So in point 1, I have just removed allowing individuals with family in the UK safe passage and the opportunity, because the Ukrainian scheme was wider than just people who had family within the UK. There was a call for people who wish to open their homes. I then have added a point where I write to the Taoiseach asking that a request is put to the EU Commission proposing a temporary protection directive for those Palestinians seeking sanctuary, as was enacted in March 2022 in response to the Ukraine war. That brings in the all-Ireland dimension to it. And then just obviously the rest of it follows through in terms of removing the references to the north and just talking about across Ireland. I have also added at the end, because one of the things that really concerned me was around Palestinians and their right to remain within Palestine and within Gaza. I feel that it's really important that we remember that. And I think that we also bear in mind that the UN General Assembly Resolution 194, Article 11, which enshrines that the Palestinians have the right to return. So I think that it's really important that we endorse that as well going forward. But I think that I'm going to be really brief, because I do agree with the body of the motion, but I just think that we need to be very clear that Palestinians have the right to remain. They have the right to remain in their homes. They have the right to live in peace. They have a right to the end of genocide. They have a right to the end of the blockade, and they have a right to the end of apartheid within the regime that they're living in. They have a right to live in peace. So I just think it's really important that we make those points when talking to this motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Does anybody want to talk to Councillor Harkin?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barr, for your motion, and we support it. We also support the amendments that Councillor Duffy has proposed. I think we have to look at this on an all-Ireland basis, and we want to make sure that any Palestinian family that is seeking sanctuary for their loved ones is able to do so, whether it's here in the north or in the south. And I know that there's been similar proposals put to the Irish government, and I think that you can understand why some people will want to leave because of the immense suffering and because they are being denied the basics of human existence right now. And as Omar Barghouti told us at the weekend, there are 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza already starving. So, of course, we should be listening to the Palestinian families saying, help us in whatever way you can. I also think we have to be very cognizant while we support this visa proposal that, like, the goal of the Israeli state is to drive every single Palestinian out of Gaza and every single Palestinian out of the West Bank. That is the state's goal. And that is why Palestinians are so determined to stay. That is why when there was a ceasefire, a brief ceasefire, the Palestinians attempted to go back to their homes in the north, even though it had been devastated by the actions of the Israeli army. And I went back and looked through many of the motions that our council has passed over quite a few years. And one of them is that we support the right of return for all Palestinians, and from 1948 on. And I think that that's a very important position that our council has. I know that that is at the heart of the demands of the Palestinian movement. So even if people are able to come here, and we should support that, they should have the right to go back. They should have the right to go back to their homes. They should have the right to go back and live a life and have their aspirations met inside Palestine. So we support the original motion and we support the amendment as well. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other speakers? No. Is everybody in agreement with the amendment?
Chair, I'd like to abstain.
Abstain, right. I have 3 abstentions. Do we have anybody else, or should I take a call for the vote? Sorry, 4. Right, I'm going to ask John to take a vote on the amendment.
Hammer,
Yeah.
Alderman, you don't sum up an amendment.
But you don't sum up.
Alderman Cook. Alderman Cook.
Abstain.
Alderman Guy.
Abstain.
Alderman Hussey.
Abstain.
Alderman Carrigan.
Abstain, John.
Alderman McMorris.
Abstain.
Alderman Middleton.
Abstain.
Alderman Montgomery.
Abstain.
Alderman Wilkinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Lillian Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Deeney.
Out.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Alex Duffy. Councillor Sandra Duffy. Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin. Councillor Hart. Councillor Heaney. Councillor Hutton. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor Logue. Councillor McDade. Councillor McGinley. Councillor McHugh. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Norris.
For.
Councillor Farrell. Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Nealis.
Well, John, Councillor McKee.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Mayor, I've recorded 30 for, no one against, and 8 abstentions, so the amendment passes.
Okay, so I'm going to go on now to the substantive motion. Have any other speakers on it? No. Would you like to sum up?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Duffy, for that amendment. I think it actually strengthened the motion. It's just important to remember that we want to safeguard the future of the Palestinian state and the Palestinian people. And we have a duty to save lives. It's also important to remember that in Gaza, it is estimated now that around 250 people are being killed and are at risk of from hunger and disease. And if you look at it in an objective way, this is certainly the highest in any other major conflict in the 21st century that people are dying in a war. And it is important that we safeguard lives. And thank you, Councillor Sean Harkin, for also speaking on the motion. And thank you.
Right, so I'm going to ask John now, can I take a vote on the substantive motion? Is anybody going to change their mind? No. Nobody online going to change their mind? Okay, we'll just take the vote as...
It's the same result, Mayor, 34, nobody against and 8 abstentions.
Okay. So, Councillor Harkin, we'll move on to yourself now.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read? Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Can I just start by saying a lot of people are trying to understand what's happening in Gaza, maybe for the first time. And I would like to recommend, if people haven't read it before, that people look at the Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé, which is a groundbreaking book by a Jewish Israeli historian. And if you want to understand why the history of this didn't start on October 7th, that is the book, that is the document that you should read. There's shorter versions of it, but it lays out the history of Palestinians and how they were driven off their land, 750,000 of them in 1948 through violence of the Israeli terrorist groups. And that's really at the heart of what we're seeing playing out right now in Gaza. I also want to say that I am very, very proud of the people of Derry. I'm very, very proud of the people of Ireland for the solidarity that we have shown to Palestinians from October 7th, when Israel began its slaughter in Gaza. And I can say that every day over the last 4+ months, people have been organising demonstrations, direct actions, meetings, cultural events, fundraising events in solidarity with Palestine. And I think we should be immensely proud that we have spoken for Palestinians and stood with them in this very difficult period. I'm not proud of the Irish government. I think that the Irish government have been disgraceful. I think that their refusal to expel the Israeli ambassador was a disgrace. I think that their constant failure to take decisive action, whether it's in the European Union or in standing up, even in joining with the South Africa for the charge of genocide at the International Court of Justice. I also see that Micheál Martin now is saying that the United States is leading the effort to stop the violence in Gaza, which is a complete and utter lie. And I think that the goals of the vast majority of the Irish people, North and South, and the Irish government are diametrically opposed when it comes to what's happening in Gaza. We've talked already at this meeting about the scale of suffering right now. 30,000 people dead, more than 10,000 children, up to 100,000 people injured, close to 2 million people displaced from their homes. The north of Gaza completely destroyed. Homes, houses, mosques, schools, universities bombed into the ground. And it is only getting worse, and that the scale of killing remains at nearly 200 people or plus a day. And that's why this is a genocidal war. And that is why people will continue to demand action. I will say, look, the motion is focused around calling on political parties, North and South, not to go to the White House for the St. Patrick's Day celebrations and not to have anything to do with the Biden administration over that period of time. And why is that? When Biden was brought here last April, on the 25th anniversary of the peace agreement here, or the peace process, and he made a speech in the Dáil, and he talked about peace, and he talked about fighting for peace along the world, across the world. And then it is clear that he is the main sponsor of what's happening in Gaza. He is not just an assistant to it. The United States government under Biden's administration is directly involved in the war on Palestinians through its intelligence, through its propaganda, through its daily arming and rearming of the Israeli regime to carry out massacres, human rights violations, and genocide. So Joe Biden is not a bit player. He has said from the very start that Israel has the right to defend itself. Now, Israel has no right to defend itself. A state based on apartheid, based on racism, based on the occupation of the Palestinian people, based on the siege of Gaza, based on the blockade of Gaza, and based on this genocidal war, has no right to defend itself. It is only the Palestinians who are living under occupation who have the right to resist. Clearly, Joe Biden does not understand that, and that is why he is siding with the oppressor, and the oppressor is the Israeli state. So what has Joe Biden actually done? Well, the United States, as everybody knows, provides $4 billion in funding every year for the Israeli regime. Israel probably could not survive without this. But in the last 4 months, he has provided billions in funding. He has defended every Israeli argument, all of their lies that are being exposed, and he has refused to support at the United Nations even a basic ceasefire. This is disgraceful, and this is what makes him completely complicit in the slaughter and the death of Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. And I think we have to send a very strong message, that the same message that was sent by the International Criminal Court, that states that are complicit with Israel are complicit. They are as responsible now. Biden is as responsible as Netanyahu for what's happening inside Gaza. So I think, and I think many people agree, social justice groups right across Ireland agree, Omar Barghouti agrees, that no politician should be going to visit the White House. The United States at this point needs to be isolated, and this is the best and most effective way for us to send the message to the United States that we can see that they are fully complicit in what is a slaughter, what is a genocide, and we can fully see that their participation isn't just about writing checks, but it's about assisting the Israelis right now in committing a genocide, and the United States needs to be held accountable just as much as Netanyahu. So we are appealing to all political parties, North and South, not to go to the White House, not to be celebrating St. Patrick's Day, not to be sitting down to have meetings with an administration that is in full support of genocide. It appears to me and many people who are in the Palestine Solidarity Movement that is the demand of the Palestine Solidarity Movement right across the island. I call and urge all political parties in the chamber to do the right thing right now and stand with the Palestine Solidarity Movement. Let's not allow Joe Biden to stand with Irish politicians and appear legitimate so that he can attract the votes of Irish America in this upcoming election. We have to say he's a hypocrite, he is a liar, he is a sponsor of genocide, and the Irish people demands that they end their support for Israel, they end their support for apartheid, they end their support for this, for what Israel is doing inside Gaza. And this will be a very important way for us to show the world that Ireland stands with Palestine and that other states should follow us as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to thank Councillor Harkin for bringing this motion. As we've heard already, the death toll in Gaza is almost 27,000 since the 7th of October. The Israeli murdering or butchering 250 people every day, many of them women and children. The humanitarian cost to human life of the engineered deprivation of food, water, medicines, electric, fuel, clothes and blankets is making the situation more critical. The crisis is further compounded by Israel's restrictions on the entry of aid, closing borders, imposing a siege and preventing vital supplies from getting in. The reality of this is while the mass atrocities continue, many more lives will be lost from starvation and preventable diseases. The International Criminal Court has a duty to investigate and address all mass atrocity crimes and human rights violations, irrespective of the perpetrators. Israel is carrying out the genocide. Joe Biden and the American government are funding the genocide. And I don't believe these parties when they say they will use this visit to advocate for Palestine. It's a tradition that parties rarely be invited to Washington to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with the president. And that's exactly what these representatives will be doing if they go. Enjoying the best food and drink money can buy, engaging in mutual backslapping exercises, and legitimising genocide Joe and his role in the destruction of Palestine. Meanwhile, the children of Palestine continue to be slaughtered. It would be totally wrong for any politician from Ireland of Ireland to travel to the White House to celebrate St. Patrick's Day in the company of the complicit Biden administration. And they certainly won't be representing me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Christopher.
Mayor, Mayor, I've tabled an amendment and I've sent it through the Treasurer.
Teresa, can that be put up on the screen, please? Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Sandra, thank you. Christopher, do you want to go ahead now and speak to that, please?
Okay, is it okay to speak to the amendment or do we need legal advice?
I'll be ready.
Sorry, Mayor, I beg your pardon for you. Yeah, Mayor, looking at the resolution, the amendment, there's two parts to the amendment. There's the inclusion of the text, which is on the screen in red, and then there's also the deletion of the subsequent paragraph. The deletion of the subsequent paragraph, I believe, Chair, represents a direct negative of that part of the resolution, and as such would be contrary to standing orders. The admission of the text highlighted in red would be possible. So.
No, and I appreciate that advice. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I appreciate the advice and respect that. I'll speak to the original motion now. The fact that the amendment has been deemed inadmissible, but I think it is.
Not all of it, Christopher, not all of it, just the second paragraph.
Well, in relation to the amendment that's submitted, has been deemed inadmissible. So, and in our view, in our party's perspective, the deletion of that paragraph is an integral part of the amendment. So if that's deemed inadmissible, am I allowed to speak to the original?
Yes, the original motion.
It's not withdrawn, it hasn't been accepted. But I'll start by saying, right across the world, people of every nation have been horrified at the grotesque daily slaughter we're witnessing in Gaza. And we believe that the judgment from the ICJ last Friday is really significant. It has to focus minds, because the only way to operationalize the findings of the court in full is a full, permanent and complete ceasefire. The court ruled that South Africa have a plausible case and that Israel has a case to answer in respect to violations of the Genocide Convention. This is a view that's been rehearsed at this council on numerous occasions. And from our perspective, it's clearer now than ever that all international efforts must be for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and a genuine process to establish Palestinian statehood. We stand unequivocally with the Palestinian people as they endure the massacre of their children on a daily basis. We stand with the international movement for freedom and justice. We oppose Israel's apartheid regime. We support the right to self-determination for Palestine. At home, within the EU institutions, and through all our international engagements, Sinn Féin will continue to raise the obscenity of the genocide occurring in Gaza, which is the latest chapter in a long tale of oppression, brutalized generations of Palestinians. The barbarity of Israel's actions in Gaza cannot be justified by claiming it's a form of self-defense. Destroying hospitals, cutting off water supplies, displacing an entire population is not self-defense. And it's urgent and imperative that the Irish government support South Africa's case in The Hague. We have to use all of our influence to press for a ceasefire, humanitarian aid, and self-determination. All world leaders now face a choice. It's a choice between an international order based on human rights, justice, and the rule of law, or one based on savagery and the brutal maxim that might is right. No country should offer support, any support, whether it's political, moral, or economic support to Israel's apartheid regime. Or no country should seek to give cover to its war crimes. And it's against this international backdrop and standing by these important principles that Sinn Féin representatives will travel to the US on St. Patrick's Day. The US has played a long, an important, positive and deeply valued role in the peace process here in Ireland. And this St. Patrick's Day, in continuing our work with the Irish diaspora and US representatives to promote and strengthen support for the peace process here and the cause for Irish reunification, we'll also be making it clear our views on the situation in Gaza. There's a huge Israeli lobby within the US administration, and we can't allow the voices in support of Palestine to be silenced, particularly at a time when we, as Irish people, have platforms that other people, particularly people within Palestine, don't have. So we will state the case that Israel must be held account for its actions, and will urge the US to join calls for the ceasefire. We'll express our view that as a party with a long, intimate understanding of the difficult journey from conflict to peace in Ireland, we'll use our experience of building peace to make the case that the US support international peace efforts, and that is critical. Through many years of political struggle and experience of negotiation, we believe strongly in the efficiency of political engagement at all levels, particularly in those of conflict and war. We have a long and enduring history of solidarity in support of the cause of freedom and self-determination of Palestinians. In the US and at home and in any other forum, we will continue and fulfill our promise for Palestine. We'll answer the call from the Palestinian ambassador to Ireland to be a voice for the oppressed people of Palestine. And to go back on the provisional ruling from the court on Friday, it demands action from the international community. South Africa has shown leadership. Now's the time for others to do the same. We all have a duty to speak up against the grotesque actions of apartheid Israel. And I think we all, from our perspective, we believe that we have a duty to go to Washington and be a voice for Palestine and to be a voice for peace. And on that basis, we can't support the motion that's in front of us.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing me in. And I suppose with respect to Councillor Harkin, this notice of motion, certainly from my point of view, was more of when, not if, it was going to be tabled before this council. I had first heard suggestion of the main key asks within this notice of motion round about the turn of the year. And at that particular time, we as a party were asked to consider what we would be doing around the annual St. Patrick's Day visit to the White House. Now, I have spoken in this chamber on a number of occasions since being first elected in 2014, but more recently since October of last year. And on every occasion, I have always said that anything that we can do to call for a ceasefire in Palestine, then we should be doing it, regardless of what that means. We have supported the expelling of the Israeli ambassador because we believed if that was a show that we wanted a ceasefire and that we were going to take whatever means possible to us, that we were going to do whatever that had to do. And we have been, in my opinion, consistent in that view from the very beginning. Others may disagree, but I think we have. I would also like to state the point that I think the Irish government not joining South Africa's case at the ICJ was a massive mistake by the Irish government. I think they have read the mood of the Irish people completely wrong, and I think that it is completely shameful that they didn't join in on that process. What we're seeing on our TV screens at night is the first ever televised genocide. It is horrific and grotesque, as others have said, and it needs to stop. And again, whatever we need to do, whatever influence we think we have, whatever we can bring to the table to try and force a ceasefire, we must do. And the reality is, Joe Biden could stop this tomorrow. People might not like that, but that's the reality. There are people in Gaza being murdered, innocent people being murdered by weapons that were funded by the American administration. And that's the reality, and the British administration. Now, most of this notice of motion and Councillor Harkin referenced this himself, focuses around the annual trip to the White House by Irish politicians. And as I've said already, our party have considered this long and hard. Our party leader spoke at a rally in Derry only a few weeks ago. And at that rally, he said that no option would be left on the table when we were considering what we would do. He spoke in Westminster only a few weeks ago and called on the British Prime Minister to support the calls for a ceasefire. And on Monday, I'm very proud to say that he announced that he or our party leadership will not be attending a party in the White House this St. Patrick's Day. I have spoken to people over many, many years who have attended this event. It's a party. It's nothing more, it's nothing less. That's what it is. I'm reliably informed that there is very little face time with the President. So anyone who's suggesting that it's going to be an opportunity for people to raise issues, I don't believe that it is. But my party leader also said that politicians across Ireland have a tough choice to make. And that's up to them to make it how they see fit. I'm not going to criticise anyone or any political leader during this debate for the decision that they have taken. I am simply here to express the view of the SDLP. We will travel to Washington. We will engage with Irish America and Palestinian Americans and do whatever we can outside of the White House to try and demand a ceasefire immediately. I think it is very important that that voice is heard, but it does not need to be heard at a party. I have stood at protests over a long, long time. I have listened to people in this chamber speaking passionately, genuinely passionately about their calls and the things that they and their parties are doing around demanding a ceasefire. And I think, I do generally take that at face value. But I think it's important now that we stand up and be counted. I think it's important now that we make sure that we're on the right side. So I encourage people who have spoken in here and at rallies outside to stand up. I encourage them not to hold your nose when you're voting this evening. And I encourage them to vote for this motion and hold your head high. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to put in record that neither I and I speak for my party colleagues, none of us condone any of the atrocities that happen in Gaza whatsoever. However, we don't hear a balanced view in this chamber, and that's what we have been trying to do is give the other perspective. We talk about genocide, and I looked up genocide, and it was defined as an international law as committing acts of intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. And undoubtedly, you know, I believe that Hamas is also guilty of this genocide. On the 7th of October, it killed more Jews in a single day since the Holocaust. The vast majority of them were non-combatants killed deliberately, close range, with no military target in sight. Between 1,200 and 14 were murdered that day. Hamas used rape systematically as a form of warfare and abducted several hundred Israelis, including Holocaust survivors and children, on that day. Catherine Russell, the Executive Director of UNICEF, has acknowledged that accounts of sexual violence committed by Hamas were horrific and added that Israeli survivors must be heard, supported and provided with care. Yet despite 3 resolutions being proposed to this Council today, we have not heard one word to include any of this. We talked on the women's motion that came before us today about rape and violence against girls and women. Yet no, I heard no cries about the women of Israel who were subjected to rape and all sorts of horrific acts. So it is to the eternal shame of those promoting these resolutions that they couldn't spare a word or two for the release of the hostages still being held within Hamas in horrific conditions, and to condemn Hamas for its massacre, rapes and abductions. The Hamas leader in Gaza has stated, and I quote, "The leaders of the occupation should know October 7th was just a rehearsal. Hamas's Deputy Foreign Minister has stated on record that it will repeat the October massacres again and again until Israel is annihilated. Hamas's Interior Minister said in 2019, we must attack every Jew on the planet, slaughter and kill. So in contrast, the Israeli government has repeatedly stated that its objective is to destroy Hamas, not the Palestinian people. No Israeli leader with authority over the conduct of the military has indicated an intention to destroy the Palestinian people. An Israeli minister without command authority was rightly suspended after he suggested dropping a nuclear bomb in Gaza. Palestine civilian casualties are both serious and tragic, and we don't try to undermine that. It is despicable what is happening. We are all sympathetic. We see it on our TV screens, but I just want to add a bit of perspective into this whole conflict and what we're seeing on our TV screens. So I'm not trying to negate any suffering from any ordinary civilians as a result of this war, but I think it is important that we realise that there's other victims in this war, not just the Palestinian people. And for the reason and the wording of this motion, we will not be supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly.
Chair. It has been said regarding Gaza, there is nothing left to say that thousands of pictures of slaughtered children could not convey. It is not the eyes that are blind, but the heart. Chair, Zionist dogs of war are savaging the inhabitants of Gaza. No distinction is being made between combatants and non-combatants. It doesn't matter if it's men, women, or children. It is being played out live as the world watches. Over 25,000 tons of explosives have been dropped indiscriminately on the people of Gaza. Tens of thousands of ground troops have invaded and are currently involved in a bloodthirsty, murderous assault. The US and Britain have supplied them with the tools to do so, and their naval vessels are prowling close by to ensure that no one attempts to interfere and try and stop it. The false narrative peddled is that this is being done to rescue Israeli hostages. There's 23, excuse me, rescue Israeli hostages currently held in the area that is being bombed and starved of food, water, electricity, and medicines. How many hostages has this action released? All hostages should be released, including the 2.3 million people held hostage in Gaza for decades. We've all seen the images of children rummaging through animal feed, salvaging scraps and collecting rainwater to stay alive. Reports of fathers having to amputate their own children's limbs without pain relief and then having to watch them die a slow, painful death are deeply disturbing. 10,000 dead children is not self-defence, and you can't claim self-defence whilst engaging in a genocidal occupation. And all this, Chair, whilst hundreds of trucks full of aid are piling up only kilometres away, deliberately blocked by Israeli authorities. Israel is beyond appealing to or even talking to at this stage, and this is evidenced by the recent response regarding the decision by the International Court of Justice. And pressure needs to be applied not only on Israel, but those who give the green light to carry out their genocide, those who supply them with finance and military equipment, those who cheerlead, endorse, and attempt to publicly justify Israeli actions. It will be forever a shame that Ireland will not be recorded. It will be forever a shame that Ireland will be recorded in history as having sat back and done nothing. We will not be recorded as having endorsed and supported the honourable action taken by South Africa. We did not expel Israeli ambassadors, and this is not reflective of the feelings of the Irish people. The people of Ireland have a long tradition of solidarity with oppressed peoples throughout the world. For decades, Ireland has stood shoulder to shoulder with Palestinian people, and this is evidenced by recent manifestations where thousands of people have taken to towns and villages right throughout this country in support of Palestine and in opposition to Israeli genocide. This support has not been reflected by the ruling bodies in both partition states. They are out of touch with the people they claim they represent. The Irish voice needs to be heard and needs to be consistent. We need to call out not only Israel, but also their enablers, the US and the UK. No Irish elected representative should allow themselves to be used by the Biden administration under the guise of St. Patrick's Day celebrations, unless you're content to allow yourself to be used as an endorsement of US foreign policy in an election year. To do so would be a slap in the face to the people of Palestine and akin to walking on the graves of Palestinian men, women and children killed by US bombs. If they do, they should be reminded at every opportunity that you cannot be trusted. If you cannot be trusted to stick to a principled position over genocide, you're untrustworthy on everything else. Irish politicians now have an opportunity to show some leadership, the same leadership shown by South Africa and others. False equivocations and doublespeak cannot be tolerated. Show you have some integrity and take a moral stance, and refuse to stand with a big and bowl of shamrocks with the genocidal cheerleaders in Washington while the Palestinian nation is bleeding out. Chair, it's been said in this chamber and it's been said outside this chamber about the positive role that the US has played regarding Ireland. And I agree with that to a degree. But there's also negative roles that the US has played, and even Irish America has played throughout the establishment of the US. And some of that history is not so honourable. And what I'm talking about is the scalping of Indigenous people by Irish people. I'm talking about Irish people joining racist organisations like the NYPD and being responsible for shooting dead people of colour for no reason. And Chair, what we're seeing here is every bit as bad and another stain on that history. If people have so much, if they have that influence with the US, why has it taken 116 days? Why have they not already been there knocking the door and saying this is wrong, stop it? Why would they a party?
Okay, Sandra.
Cormagat, Mayor, for allowing me in. It is very clear that the genocide must end and there must be an immediate ceasefire. We must take every opportunity that presents itself to us to take action, to engage in dialogue and to speak up for peace. And that is what Sinn Féin is doing. Why not do it now? We are doing it now and we will continue to do it now. But on St. Patrick's Day, we have a very clear opportunity where the ears of America are open and they're open to the voices from Ireland, and we will take that opportunity on the 17th of March and during that trip. There is absolutely different opinions and different ways of showing solidarity. Sinn Féin, as the largest party on the island of Ireland, has a responsibility to go and to speak. We have a very long and proud history with the Palestinian people, and we will stand up for them as we always do, and we always engage with our Palestinian friends. I think that there is hypocrisy at work today in this chamber in bringing this motion. Absolutely, I can understand where people are coming from, but there is political point scoring going on. We talk about, the SDLP have talked about it being a party. Sinn Féin have certainly never gone to the White House for a party. We go to engage with political leaders. We go to engage with the Irish diaspora. We go to engage on issues that are pertinent to Ireland and to the issues of the Irish peace process, and to ensure that our voice is heard and the voice of the people that we represent. But this year in particular, we will also go with the Palestinian voice in our hearts and make sure that that is heard. We don't go to drink Guinness, we go to engage, and that's what we do. The SDLP have also talked about their party leader. but he stands in a British Parliament. He swears allegiance to a British king, which is also complicit in the genocide. So I think that that needs to be also remarked on. I want to close with the words of the Irish or the Palestinian ambassador, which was in the Irish Times interview just 3 days ago. She said, "Please keep the just cause of Palestinians in your hearts, your minds, and in your talks. Ireland should try to use its close relationship with the US to push the case for a ceasefire in Gaza and self-determination for Palestinians." That's what we will do, and we will proudly do it.
Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, a horrific scenario on all sides, as has been reflected in the chamber from around the chamber, that there are issues on all sides. Mention has been made of the case brought by South Africa to the ICJ. Perhaps in summing up, the proposer can clarify the judgment that the ICJ actually came to. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it reported they stopped short of using the term genocide. Is that so? Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I have no other. Oh, sorry, Councillor Barr.
I would just like to say, I think the amendment or the attempted amendment by Sinn Féin was a shameful attempt to try and justify the unjustifiable. E.g., their decision to visit the White House on St. Patrick's Day and give credibility to the government, which is actively at this moment in time, as we sit here, financing the Israeli slaughter of innocents in Gaza. I'd just like to finish by saying,
Councillor Barr, the amendment is gone and you have already spoken, and I'm sorry, but you know, I've already allowed you to speak on the matter, and there is no amendment which you're speaking to now. So I'm just going to move.
finish my point, please.
But you have already spoken, Councillor. Now, if I was to allow you to speak again, I'm going to have to allow every other councillor in this chamber to speak again. I did say at the start of this meeting that I was going to be very, very lenient on this matter. I have given Councillor Harkin 3 times the speaking time. I've given the same to Councillor Donnelly. I've been very, very lenient, but what I'm not going to do is allow a councillor to speak again. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to keep it brief. Just, I suppose, in response to a few things that have been said, it seems as if this motion has maybe had a bit of a nerve. We've already debated it for longer than what we normally do, as you've already said. Brian has already said, and Colin has said in the past, we're not going to criticise other parties for decisions they make. You know, we appreciate that this is a really big decision for people to be making. But just on the Westminster point, our party leader goes to Westminster to show up to make the points to speak for our people here. And just last week was the Prime Minister's questions, trying to hold the government to account and questioning his policies and his procedures for Palestine. And thank God he was there, because he was the only person representing that view from here. Thank you.
No other indicated speakers, so I'm going to bring in Councillor Harkin again to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your leniency today as well in terms of the speaking time. I appreciate it, and others do as well. Look, just to start with the DUP. DUP are claiming that they're bringing in a different perspective. It's not a different perspective. That is the perspective of the Israeli apartheid state. That's the perspective of the US government. That's the perspective of the British government, which is to basically legitimise, defend the slaughter in Gaza. That is what that perspective is. And finding things on Wikipedia and throwing it together is not serious. There's no attempt at the EP to actually look at the roots of this conflict. Not a mention about 1948. Not a willingness to actually accept that Israel is an apartheid state, that it's built on the expulsion of nearly 1 million people, that it spent the last 75 years attempting to ethnically cleanse the rest of Palestine. So it's not an alternative position. That is the lies that have been repeated again and again and again, all to justify the slaughter that's taken place. And we've been through the statistics right now. nearly 30,000 dead, more than 10,000 children, 500,000 people already starving, with the prospect now of that becoming a full-blown famine for people right across Gaza. That is the scale of this. It's because the people of Gaza have brown skin that this is acceptable to people, to some in the Western world. Ukrainians have white skin, and I listen to the speeches of the DUP when it comes to Ukrainians. Why not the same for Palestinians? What's the hypocrisy? Look, on the motion, I commend parties that are refusing to go to the White House. But let's face it, you're going to the White House. Joe Biden is a war criminal. Joe Biden is a sponsor of genocide. That's who he is. That's who people are going to embrace. That's who people will be shaking hands with. You read the history books and you read about political parties going to meet with other people who were slaughtering large numbers of people. That's what Joe Biden is doing right now. I'm not surprised that Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael are tripping over themselves to walk up and see Joe Biden. It doesn't matter what Joe Biden is doing. These political parties are not on the side of Palestinians or justice or the oppressed. I know for a fact that the Sinn Féin supporters right across this island are genuine in their solidarity for Palestine. I think that this is the wrong decision. It's not about point scoring. This is about how do you have effective solidarity. You do not go and embrace and shake hands with Joe Biden when he's carrying out a genocide. And the US right now, what have they done since the beginning of this conflict? They were the ones that said Israel's got the right to do what it's doing. Israel says everything that they're doing in Gaza is intentional. Joe Biden himself has bypassed democratic rules in Congress to get the Israelis more weapons, to get them more ammunition, and that is slaughtering people right now. What is the latest thing? In response to the ruling of the International Court of Justice, the United States now is saying we're pulling funding for the United Nations humanitarian aid. That is a disgrace. That is direct complicity with the starvation of the Palestinian people. Joe Biden runs around talking about the famine and about his people coming from Ireland. We have to send the message that this guy is fully complicit. I believe we send a stronger message by boycotting the White House, because that's what this is about. I think that is the best way for us to put it up to Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael, because they're not on the side of the Palestinians. So the best way for all of us that are part of the Palestine Solidarity Movement is refuse to go and shake his hand this year. And that'll send solidarity to Palestine. It'll encourage the people, the Jewish people, the Palestinians, and ordinary Americans who are saying no to complicity with what Israel is doing. So look, I don't believe that going to Washington right now is about sending a message. I think that there's other things at play. I don't think it's the best way. I don't think it's actually about solidarity. And repeating with the Palestinian ambassador, that's one view. And many people now think that the Palestinian Authority has very little legitimacy, that they're unelected, they're unrepresentative. Omar Barghouti, I believe, and the people who are part of the BDS movement that started that in 2005 are a much more legitimate voice. And they're saying that no politician should go to the White House, and the United States government right now is fully complicit, fully active partner in the slaughter. And I would appeal to Sinn Féin that you now have time to change your mind. Don't vote against this motion, because I know a lot of people don't actually believe in it. So I would urge the party to rethink this and to stand with the Palestine Solidarity Movement across Ireland. Don't go to the White House.
Can I call for a bit of order, please? There is a divergence of opinion, and I'm going to ask everybody, please be respectful here, but can I ask John now to take a vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Cook?
Against.
Alderman Guy? Alderman Hussey? Alderman Hussey? Alderman Carrigan?
Against, John.
Alderman McMorris?
Against.
Alderman Middleton?
Against.
Alderman Montgomery,
Abstain.
Alderman Wilkinson,
Against, John.
Councillor Jason Barr,
For.
Councillor Lillian Barr,
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr, Councillor Boyle,
For.
Councillor Cusick,
For.
Councillor Deeney, Councillor Devine, Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Alex Duffy, Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Farrell,
For.
Councillor Fleming,
Neil.
Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Harkin, Councillor Hart,
Neil.
Councillor Heaney, Councillor Hutton,
Neil.
Councillor Jackson, Councillor Leonard,
Neil.
Councillor Logue,
Against.
Councillor McDade,
For.
Councillor McGinley,
Neil, John.
Councillor McHugh,
Neil.
Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor Norris,
For.
Councillor O'Farrell,
Neil.
Councillor Riley,
For.
Councillor Tierney,
For.
and Councillor Ennis.
Neil.
Thank you, members.
John, you didn't get mine there. I lost signal. Abstain.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor, I've recorded 14 for, 21 against, and 3 abstaining, so the notice of motion falls.
Did everybody hear that? The notice of motion has fallen. Okay. Please. No, sorry. I will adjourn this meeting, please. Look. Right, I'm calling a halt to this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, can these people be removed?
You've fallen into the meeting's over. You just people.
Just convene against tomorrow.
Really make it in tomorrow for you.
Well, I say that or just.
Yeah.
Sure.
You want me to say that? Members, just before you leave, as the mayor has called an end to the meeting will be reconvened tomorrow at 2 o'clock, just to finish the business. Thank you.